A quorum having been achieved, this town meeting is open for business. Unfortunately, we don't have any Boy Scouts to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So I did achieve the rank of second class, Boy Scout second class in my time. So I'm going to take the presumption to lead us in, if you could stand, and we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. So we have a number of things that will precede the actual working meeting, and one of those is the presentation of the Citizen of the Year Award. It's an award that I started a long time ago, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask for some help, because this year's recipient is Linda Peterson, and she's down under the stairs. Could somebody go down and bring Linda Peterson up? I think Tom has gone off, Mike. Okay. So, this year's Citizen of the Year Award goes to Linda Peterson. Linda, over the years, has done so much for the town, but what really strikes you is what she's done with the Council for Aging. It is absolutely incredible. She publishes a newsletter that's worthy of the greatest award you can award. And she has our senior citizens having nothing but fun day in, day out. They go on trips, they go to museums, they have the wonderful food that they have every day here. They're not only well cared for, they're exercised, they're put into great shape. I can hardly wait to get old, to tell you the truth in that. Linda is just astounding in what she has done. It's just a great pleasure to award you the Citizen of the Year Award for 2017. You don't have to say anything.
Thank you all so much for this. I am so shocked. I love doing my job. The seniors in Hunt are wonderful, and I will keep working for you as long as I can.
Thank you very much. Oh, absolutely. Here we go. Do we have it? We don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any thing. So I started that award 24 years ago, which was my second year as a moderator. And we had a plaque that hung next to the old selectman's office, but we ran out of room. So now we have a new one, and we've got another 20. So I'm hoping you'll keep voting for me, and we'll be able to fill this thing up. Thank you. So now we will have the presentation of the Charles Kelly Scholarship Award by Mr. Lombard.
This year's recipient of the Charles Kelly Scholarship is Harrison Husker. The original scholarship was $500, but the board felt that the cost of books went up, so we raised it to $1,000. I just want to give you a quick background on Harrison. Harrison is the son of Tom and Kathy, brother of Christian, grandson of Marie Husker and special friend Ken Gavin, grandnephew of Jim and Jean Husker, and Cully and Rainey Cullinan. He's an honor roll student at St. John's Prep, a member of the varsity football, the rugby team, and the drama club and the drama guild. Harrison was chosen for his community service. He's an altar server, volunteer at the community garden, camp counselor, coach, leader at the Prep Leadership Institute. He is especially rewarded by the friendship he has with several Nahant seniors. During the summer, Harrison worked on the lobster boats with some of the Nahant's finest lobstermen, and I mean that seriously, and he's an employee of the Nahant local business. Harrison will attend the American University in Washington, D.C., the School of Public Affairs, and he will keep his hometown of Nahant with him each day. Harrison, come on up. Congratulations. Congratulations. These are live checks. I'd get them cash Monday right away, you know. You want to say a few words? Okay, Harrison. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Harrison. Great, well-deserved, well-deserved. So now we will have a presentation of the American Legion Scholarship Award presented by Mrs. Conlin.
Our scholarship award is going to Ryan Freinholz. And come on up, Ryan. It is an honor. I'll just read this. It's the American Legion Scholarship Award. This is to certify that the Mortimer G. Robbins Eagle Scout Scholarship has been awarded to Ryan Freinholz. The American Legion Post 215 is proud to assist you in your quest of higher education. And Ryan is just a newly ordained Eagle Scout. So I don't know, all you Boy Scouts know how much work went into that. And he's on his way to the, you tell me, the University of Pittsburgh Honors College. So he's one of Nahant's finest young people to be proud of, and congratulations. Good luck.
So, let me remind you that at around this time of day, we certainly get some hunger pangs. And downstairs, the illustrious Council on Aging has got internationally famous chefs putting together a grand repast for anyone. So if you feel a little peckish, don't forget that the Council on Aging has some wonderful food down there, and please take advantage of it. We're going to take a very brief time for the selectmen to give us an update on the situation with the sewer system. Mr. Lombard, I think, and
As you probably realize, you've been getting some code reds. I told them to use DEFCON numbers instead of code red. But anyway, seriously, we've had actually 3 major sewer breaks. The one down. The first started in Willow Road in front of the golf course. The cost of that was $45,000, almost $46,000. The second one was on the Linway, April 7th. The cost of that one was $243,000. And we've had a second break on the Linway and at the clock tower. And we don't know the cost of that, but it's going to be higher than the 243 of the U-Haul event. The sewer line breaks has no impact on the town water or other services. The Linway break appears to be a substantial result of action others have taken in both incidents. The hole has been found. It was damaged by concrete vault placed on top of it, and they were hoping for the part. It's down in Memphis, where? Louisville. They've got bad weather, and they were supposed to have it a day ago. So, and it's going to be like a wraparound. The contractor, Joe Grenice and Sons, has been excellent. And the DCR have helped us tremendously, along with Lynn Water and Sewer. But our new superintendent, I've got to tell you, Dennis Ball, is doing an excellent job with the town manager, as well as keeping the selectmen informed. But we want to keep everyone informed about these incidents, because as you know, we have 9 satellite pump stations, and we have 1 major pump station down at Lowlands, and we're pumping those out. You see the trucks going back and forth. We've got to keep that pump until we get that fixed down in front of the clock building so we could reuse that pipe. This is the main sewer line and the only line going from the Lynn of the major pump station at Lowlands to Lynn Water and Sewer, the sewer plant. And these actions that seem to be, we're going to have to deal with it after the fact. Now, we have sufficient funds in the Water and Sewer and Enterprise Fund to pay for this, but it's like, wow, it's a major hit for us. And you'll see as we go through the warrant, we're pulling things back and not voting them in until we get this thing underway. Now, we're also looking what else is in front of us. How that pipe is 40 years old, a little older than I am. But it's been out there, and we've never had a problem with it until now. And so now we've got to look at it, and we've got to look at what else is wrong with that pipe. It's got to be filmed, and we've got to look. And the parts that he's ordering now, he's ordered extra parts just in case something else goes. So he's really doing, thank God he's on the job. His team, the Public Works, they're working around the clock. It's like a major snowstorm. They work 24/7, 7 days a week. So this is being handled. It's being handled properly, and we will, thank everybody that, and thanks for your patience. I'm sorry for the delays coming down the Linway and Revere Beach. We didn't put proper signs up, not us, but we've asked the state police, and for some reason, and we should have detoured them down by Commercial, and to keep the traffic moving all the way back, because I heard from several town residents, it took them 2 hours to get home, and it was it was a terrible mess. We sent on the Nahat Police Department, thanks to Chief Dwyer, 4 police officers over there, and they finally got everything moving and relieving the stress on the Linway. So, does anyone have any questions to ask? I mean, we've got the superintendent here. You need to know anything else? And we'll keep you informed as we go along. And the cost of that second break, as I say, we haven't tallied it up yet. Lynn, no, I don't think that's, Lynn, we don't know yet, because we're going to be looking for people because of what they did, those two, the U-Haul break, in front of the U-Haul runway, and the clock tower break. They put things on top of our pipe that weren't supposed to be there. And that's what caused these two major breaks. Now, we've got to fix the problem first and then go after them after the fact. And it will be a legal battle, as you well know, it usually is. But hopefully, you know. I also mentioned that Senator McGee and our state rep, Brendan Crichton, we're working, the Board of Selectmen, working with him, and he's trying to find us some state money and state grants, which is great. They stepped to the plate. We've had a couple of meetings with them already, and they've been great as well. And so we've contacted Congressman Moulton just to see if there's any federal money that Donald Trump would like to give it to us.
Thank you, Mr. Lombard.
Thank you.
So, yes, Enzo, you would want to add to that? Briefly, please. We're getting a late start here.
I'll be brief. Okay, so I was just informed by the DPW superintendent, it's okay to take a shower. It's okay to flush your toilet, wash clothes, just, you know, military-style showers. How's that? All right. Okay. So, right here I have a 525-page report from our engineer, okay? I don't think anybody's going to want to. I don't think anybody's going to want to read it. It's quite extensive. It's going to be quite expensive, I'm sure. There's a 5-year plan in it about force mains, gravity mains, all the actions that we need to take. It points out that we should be videoing our sewers, taking pictures to see the how bad they really are. I really don't want to leave here today without coming up with a plan, not a plan so much, but an idea of how we're going to tackle this, because this is going to be very expensive and we have to do it. It's been pointed out in here in this report that just the force main that goes from Willow Road, from where we used to call it the subway station on over at the over near the wharf, that's a force main that runs across the golf course, is in dire need to be replaced. It's pointed out in here, and we need to get it done. So I really want to maybe put a committee together of some brains and then come back to a special town meeting very soon and get this done. How we're going to fund it. I mean, nobody really wants to spend money on waste, and that's what it is. It's wastewater. But we got to do it. And this is going to come up. I'll speak more later when we get into the water and sewer articles. And again, the guys are doing a great job. And Richie's right. It has been a task. And I sympathize with everybody that has to listen to those trucks at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Enzo. So we have on the floor Tony Parentozzi, the superintendent of schools, Kevin Andrews, the principal of Johnson School, Leah Dearborn from the item, our town administrator, Jeff Chelgren, Mike Feinberg, the fire chief, Bob Dwyer, the police chief, and Patricia Mutondo, who is a health aide for Harriet Steves, who is here with us today, our former clerk. Is there anyone else on the floor who is not a registered voter in Nahant? Yes, are you registered? Okay. Anyone else? The election workers on the right-hand side, okay. Anyone else? Yes, another election worker over there. All right, you know you folks cannot vote, Can't stand, can't shout, can't throw anything, nothing. Has everybody else had their hand stamped? Is there anyone who hasn't had their hand stamped? We've got some wonderful stampers today, I have to say. Doing a great job over there. All right, then I believe we're ready to proceed with the town meeting. And so the first article, Article 1, is voted on downstairs, and I hope you've all had a chance to vote downstairs. Article 2, Mr. Manady.
I move that the town adopt the following resolution. Resolved that the town adopt the following rule governing motions and amendments made during the 2017 annual town meeting. Whereas, without an override, the amount to be raised by taxation as recommended by the Advisory and Finance Committee is expected to be $8,895,099 for fiscal year 2018. And whereas Proposition 2.5 makes it unlawful for the town to levy taxes in excess of $8,895,099 for the fiscal year 2018 without a vote to override the limit. Therefore, in order to ensure compliance with the levy limit imposed by Proposition 2.5, the participants of the 2017 annual town meeting shall require that anyone introducing a motion at this meeting which would result in increasing an appropriation above the amount permissible under the levy limit imposed by Proposition 2.5 be obliged to specify the alternative means of funding by giving names of other articles or accounts, excluding the reserve fund, and the amount by which the appropriated or recommended amount for such account or articles must be reduced in order to fund the requested increase.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. This is our standard annual resolution. Is there any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 2, Mr. Manady.
I move that the town vote to authorize the town treasurer, with approval of the selectmen, to borrow from time to time in anticipation of revenue in the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2017, in accordance with the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 4, and to issue a note or notes, therefore, payable within 1 year in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 17, and to authorize the treasurer-collector to enter into a compensating balance agreement or agreements with banking institutions with the approval of the selectmen for fiscal year 2018 pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 53F of the General Laws.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 3.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the following sums for the fiscal year 2017 expenses as follows. $22,000 for police department salaries, $17,000 for fire department salaries, $23,350 for fire department general expenses, $5,000 for town administrator's general expenses, $1,000 for town hall salaries, $3,000 for town hall general expenses, $25,000 for treasurer collector general expenses, $10,000 for town council general expenses, and $12,000 to be transferred to the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund for the fire vehicle, and to meet this appropriation transfer from the following fiscal year 2017 accounts: $14,500 from police department and general expenses, $72,833 from pension and annuity expense, Essex Regional Retirement Board expense, unemployment compensation, group health and life insurance expense, and Medicare tax expense. $28,550 from town accountant salaries, $18,560 from data processing general expenses, $7,900 from Fire Department Capital, and $1,707 from Overlay Surplus, and to appropriate $462,080 for repairs to the town's water distribution and sewer collection systems in order to meet this appropriation fund, $260,634 from available funds in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, and $201,446 from the Water and Sewer Stabilization Fund.
Seconded by Mrs. Martin. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let me just clarify one thing with the town council. So we had not listed this as being a ballot vote, but these are appropriations for salaries. So I think we need to have a ballot vote. Yes? So we're going to take a 1 minute break. Dan, could you come here for a second? Hold on. This is section 12 of our town bylaws thing. A vote for appropriations specifically for salaries and ranges of officers and employees of the town should be taken by a yes or no ballot. This is for police salaries, fire salaries, and these are for appropriations. So they're transfers, but they're for funding of salaries. So I think we need to do a ballot vote. Well, if you
So I got to get them ready.
all right. So, for a matter of safety, we're going to do a ballot vote on this because it does involve salaries. And that means that we need some help. Who would like to have some fun and be a teller to help us with the voting on the ballot votes? There's one. There's two. There's three. Are you volunteering, Pete?
Question of the moderator.
Yes.
It said in the book that while the itemized stuff hadn't been prepared in time for the book, that the FinCom would present the numbers and their recommendations. I didn't hear the recommendations from the FinCom about those numbers yet. Are they forthcoming?
Yeah, well, we do recommend the passage of these transfers.
Excuse me?
We recommend these transfers. Thank you.
Thank you.
1 second. All right, well,
It's a very simple question.
I'll do the right side. I'll go downstairs after too. Yeah. Okay, I'll follow Kim.
yes, sir.
Simple question. What's the total on all those numbers?
So let me give a quick answer. But if you wish to speak at the meeting, we have a procedure. So you've done half of it. You go up to the microphone, but then you state your name and address. So that
Thomas, 16 Little Nahant Road.
all right. The question is, Mr. Manatee, what is the total of the numbers? Isn't it $462,080? $462,080.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and they're watching on television. Okay. Is there anyone who has not received a ballot? Thank you. Mr. Mussman, right behind you. Right, just. Anyone else? Is there anyone who has not been able to cast their ballot? Okay, anyone who has not had a chance to vote?
Wait. They can vote if they're not on the floor?
Yeah. Workers watching on television, so they're okay. Okay, we got a table. Okay, could we have the ballots back, Paul?
They're all set.
Have a good one. We've all voted, I believe. my behavior should not, so my behavior doesn't reflect.
Yeah, I should. Hold on, please.
Very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a vote. Those in favor, 150. Those opposed, 9. The motion carries.
I don't think so.
Good. All right, so we go to Article 4. Mr. Manatee.
Yeah, I just want to clarify to the town that we did meet this morning before Article 4, and we did vote to recommend Article 4, and I'll read you the motion now. I move that the town vote to appropriate $107,753 for the fiscal year 2017 snow and ice account, that to meet this appropriation, the sum of $107,753 be funded by the transferring from fiscal year 2017 pension and annuity expense, Essex Regional Retirement Board expense, unemployment compensation, group health and life insurance expense, and Medicare tax expense.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 5. Mr. Vanderslice.
I move the town vote to amend Article 13, Section 5, subsection B of the bylaws for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2017, by replacing the existing section with the section under Part 1 as shown in the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee on pages 10 and 11, except that the salary range provided for Public Works labor part-time on page 11 be amended to $11 to $16 per hour from $14 to $16 per hour as shown.
Seconded by Mr. Fogel. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 6. Mr. Vanderslice.
I move that the town vote to fix the salaries of the following elected officials. Selectman at an annual salary of $1, constable at the annual salary of $50, assessors at the annual salary of $1, and town clerk at the annual salary of $58,635.
Seconded by Ms. Giandella. So this is another salary article, and we have this marked as if it's a ballot vote, but this is setting the salaries and not appropriating. So, Town Council, I think this is not something that requires a ballot. Okay, so those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. So we had a trade-off. One that we thought wasn't, was, and one that we thought was, wasn't. And not so bad. Article 7, Mr. Manady.
Just to inform the town, there were no prior year bills, so I move that the town indefinitely postpone Article 7.
Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. Further discussion on the motion? Discussion? No? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Or favor, actually. Article 8, Mr. Carangelo.
The new guy gets the easy one. Okay. I move that the town indefinitely postpone Article 8.
Seconded by Mr. Manady.
So with that indefinite postponement, we'd like to give a little bit of background. Obviously, there's a lot of detail in the book. There is some great work that is done. I'm sorry? Really? Wow. Is that better? I'll try that. Okay? Yeah, so the point of this warrant article is that it's an accounting issue, it's not a service issue, right? It's how the ambulance is paid for. There is no argument or discussion around changing any of the service that's currently provided, about stopping that, whatever. The point is, how is that accounted for? The ambulance crew does a great job, and emergency medical calls are in fact on the rise. They've been growing, and not just in Nahant, but in a lot of communities in Massachusetts, and they have become a larger and larger portion of what the fire, EMS, ocean rescue department does. So over the years, that trend has continued. We fully support an ambulance service and the wonderful work that those folks do. Now, to quote from the Massachusetts Enterprise Fund Manual, that when it's created, it's a policy decision that should be clearly presented when the council or town meeting adopts an enterprise budget. So that's what we've tried to do in showing the statements in the book, the pro forma, sort of looking at the way the operation works now as if it were a standalone business enterprise. That's what's in the back of the book. Today, the service is paid for by ambulance billings and a subsidy from the general fund. Some of it does get covered by those billings, but the rest you're paying through property taxes. It's just part of the general fund. So there's a couple of things to keep in mind here when considering the enterprise fund. The billings today don't cover the cost of the ambulance service. That's why there's a subsidy. Billings in the future would have to increase dramatically to cover that service. Okay, they have started to increase, but they would have to continue to increase dramatically for that to work. And the key thing here, creating an enterprise fund does not create any more revenue. The revenue is created or not created or billed or not billed, whether there's an enterprise fund or not. So keeping that in mind, we have great caution about opening an enterprise fund for this reason. So when Chief Feinberg started, he did see that ambulance billings appeared low based on his experience. And to his credit, and to help fix that, he changed, and the town changed to a new ambulance billing service. That was around last June. For the last 6 months of 2016, which is what we have reporting for, revenues have gone up. They're billing more and more, going after insurance companies, Medicare, and individuals for the fees. But again, keep in mind, billings are not what's actually collected. And in fact, it sometimes takes months to resolve billing questions. As an accountant can tell you, there's a long period of time between bill goes out and money comes in. And right now, we don't really have a good sense for that at all with the new ambulance company. with the new billing company, I should say. There's also been at least one instance in the last month of an individual getting a bill directly for $1,400 for an ambulance run. It'll be resolved, and they'll figure it out. There's a waiver process in place. There's working with the insurance company. There's talking to the chief. But none of that policy or how any of that works is documented. It's not public. It's not well known. And honestly, it shouldn't happen on Facebook. It should happen through some mechanism here at Town Hall. And that bill for $1,400 was the ambulance service being aggressive and going after revenue. That's what they're paid and incented to do. That's part of the reason that revenues have gone up. And again, selectmen have discretion in many ways there. Our point there is that it's really too early to say how much actual cash we will be collecting under this new ambulance company, and with all of these policies just changing. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that revenues will continue to increase. And that's great, because it means less money needed from the general fund. But again, creating the enterprise fund does not increase the revenue. They're two completely separate things. Now, we've also had some discussions around what is or should and should not be included in the fund. There are line item expenses in certain categories. What you've got portrayed in the book is one that, from a pure business perspective, looking at something as a standalone enterprise, a business that would operate on its own with that mindset, what it would look like. So again, there are things that you use part of a service, use things. We can go back and forth on that and work that out in more detail. If this is the long-term path to go on, that's fine. That's something that we should work out, and we'd be happy to work out. But what was presented to us was a very first stage attempt at doing that, and left out a lot of, frankly, important costs. The other thing that was somewhat concerning, and what again raises our concern for risk here, is that even with the presentation of the enterprise fund, the budget presented for the fire department was actually higher than last year's, with money for the enterprise fund coming out. After several rounds back and forth with the selectmen and the town administrator and the chief, those numbers settled back, but that was the starting point. So again, in terms of what costs are in there and what aren't in there, that's a policy decision. The enterprise fund manual that I quoted earlier allows towns to include whatever they want in an enterprise fund, as long as it reasonably fits. Right? So if there are costs that we don't want in there, that's a choice that the town can make. That's a policy decision. Our starting position is that, looking at it as a business, that's what you see on page 114. The rules also allow an enterprise fund to run at a loss. You can have an annual subsidy from the general fund. You can have whatever it is. You can run it at a loss and make up the difference in several ways. The rules allow you to do that. We're just recommending that that's premature and not to do it at this point. One of the reasons to really consider this is that the creation of an enterprise fund, as we've seen with water and sewer and also with the rubbish, is that it creates a separate set of books outside the protections of Proposition 2.5. Again, if we're treating it as a business and operating it like a business, it does make sense to account for it separately. But what we're giving up, if we do create an enterprise fund, is that protection of Proposition 2.5. And there's frankly no limitation on how that revenue shortfall will get made up over time. There's nothing in the proposal at this point, or nothing that was suggested to say that there was a fee that would be instituted immediately or even at any time. However, the fact that an enterprise exists allows the town to make that choice in the future without coming back to town meeting. That's just part of the nature of enterprise funds. So again, is that something that you want to open the door to at this point? And finally, you'll see that what we're recommending here is indefinite postponement, not a vote against. What we have today is 6 months of better billings and not a lot of information around what's actually collected. It's really too early to accurately predict what those collections will be. It's extremely optimistic to think that we'll ever have enough revenue to not only cover the cost, but also generate a surplus to pay for the next new ambulance. We're talking about one for 7 years from now. And again, we're happy and eager to work with the selectmen and the fire department to develop a realistic enterprise fund budget and discuss it at town meeting. This is not, it's far too early based on the information we have. There's no compelling reason to do it at this point. And there are a lot of risks here, particularly given the other things that we'll need to talk about around putting off borrowings for major water and sewer stuff. So, in recap, it's about accounting, it's not about service. Billings don't cover the cost. An enterprise fund does not create revenue. And are you willing to, forego Proposition 2.5 protections?
So the motion on the floor is to indefinitely postpone. Is there further discussion on the motion? Yes, Enzo.
I think before we throw out the idea of an enterprise fund, is there a way, can we have a tracking mechanism in place, say for 6 months? Because we are going to have a special town meeting, I'm assuming in the fall, to resolve water and sewer issues. Rather than indefinitely postpone, can we track it? How much money would actually go into the enterprise fund? I mean, it makes sense.
Eventually rearrange some of the accounting to have it appear that way. I'm not sure what's wrong with that.
Okay, so they're looking for some history. I would be okay with looking for some history. So before we make a hasty decision, maybe we should really look at this again and see what we come up with for numbers. I mean, Debbie just showed me that we are collecting more money through a better billing company. We're up in March, and I think we collected another $10,000 already more than what we collected all of last year. And these are legitimate billings. It's what we've been doing for the past, 15 years, billing insurance companies, Medicare and Medicaid. And it makes no sense to put all that money back into the general fund just to get spent on something that we really don't need. We need an ambulance in Nahant. I was a former EMT, so I know it's really comforting to know we have them here. So I would really take a better approach, a better look at it, rather than indefinitely postpone.
Well, as a matter of procedure, you can't put this in abeyance till the next, you have to act on it now. So the way to handle it would be to indefinitely postpone it and then raise it as a new article for the new town meeting. That would be the way to do it from a procedural standpoint. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, ma'am. Please come to the podium and state your name and address.
Janet Dolan, 45 Pleasant Street. Given that this appears to be a major change in can you hear me okay with this? No? Okay. I'll talk louder. Is that better?
You want to take it down?
Oh, maybe I'll do that. Yeah, that's better. Thanks, Brandon. If it's possible, I would like to hear from the chief on what he feels are the restrictions and the implications of the restrictions of an enterprise fund with the fire department. Is that possible?
There's an inquiry, Chief. Please.
Good afternoon, and thank you. First of all, the question before you is indefinite postponement, not the actual discussion of the enterprise. I strongly encourage you to vote down the indefinite postponement to allow this productive discussion to take place. Let all of your questions be answered in full, and any discrepancies or misconceptions be cleared. So if we could move forward with the indefinite postponement vote, we can have a discussion on the actual enterprise account.
Could you just briefly address the
Certainly.
questions?
As far as restrictions on the fire department and the processing, With the enterprise account, it's an appropriation to expend funds based on expected revenue. So the fire department is limited by the numbers that are voted at town meeting as an appropriation for expenditure for EMS-related expenses as itemized in the budget. There's one line item in the budget that we left in the operating budget, simply for a one-year period to make sure that we had the revenue to appropriately cover it. I have over 16 years of experience having worked with an EMS enterprise account, and I can assure you that it's very successful and works very well to support the capital needs of the EMS system. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion, which is to indefinitely postpone. Seeing and hearing none, those in, oh, sorry. I don't know how I could miss you.
Hello.
Please state your name and the address.
Austin Antrim, 88 Fox Hill Road. The full-time firefighters also conducted an analysis of this enterprise account, and we strongly disagree with the analysis that the Finance Committee had conducted. Emergency medical calls and emergency calls have been going up almost every single year. The last 2 years, we set records as our busiest years for both types of calls. The revenue has been proven to be increasing. Almost all of the costs of the ambulance will be covered by this enterprise account. And based on our analysis and the town's demographics, we believe that there will also be retained earnings that will offset the cost of replacing the ambulance in the future in 6 years. The last ambulance lasted 12 years, and having worked on it, those last few years, we constantly had complaints from residents that we were transporting to the hospital because of the bad suspension and other problems. We had a breakdown en route to calls before. It's really a disservice to the town to allow an emergency piece of apparatus get that far along in age. We really believe that the creation of this enterprise account will allow the important capital items like an ambulance or defibrillators to be replaced in a timely manner rather than having to wait to fight to get it on as a warrant article and borrow for. So we would also urge all residents to vote against the indefinite postponement and then vote to create an ambulance enterprise account. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, sir.
Robert Thibault, 78 Fox Hill Road. I've been on the call department for over 20 years and want to talk just for a moment about some of the things that we've had to endure as far as the equipment that we've worked with. Several times over the past 20, I have to say, our turnout gear has been obsolete to the point where we weren't allowed to go to the fire academy because the stuff was basically illegal. We've had breathing equipment, the SCBAs that we wear in smoke-filled rooms, once again, reached the point where the tanks could no longer be legally filled. The trucks, not unusual that they wouldn't pass inspection. The ladder that we just replaced wouldn't pass inspection. So, if nothing else, I want to congratulate Chief Feinberg for taking the initiative to try and create an account where money can be set aside to fund the replacement of an obsolete piece of equipment, instead of allowing the situation to reach a point where people's lives, your first responders' lives, the townspeople's lives, are being placed in jeopardy because our equipment, and this isn't necessarily just the fire department, is not being maintained. So thank you, Chief Feinberg.
Further discussion? Yes.
Judy Zohar, 17 Simmons Road. Point of clarity. Does the postponement mean that the conversation's done forever? It's because what I thought I understood is that you've asked for 6 months to collect some data. And then I thought we would talk further about that at the next meeting. So I'm not, and I don't understand, and note that I'm fairly new to Nahat. I don't understand how the enterprise fund, or without the enterprise fund, we wouldn't, as a community, fund the equipment that we need in order to fulfill the necessary requirements of the community. So how does that enterprise fund specifically mean that if we don't have it, we wouldn't fulfill that need?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Jay. The answer from our perspective is it actually doesn't guarantee that. There are management decisions and other financial decisions going back 10, 15, 20 years that led to an ambulance getting to be 12 years old and needing to be repaired. It was Chief Feinberg who was the instigator for making that improvement, and largely this body that voted to buy the new one last year. So the mechanism is there. It's a matter of managing what the equipment is. So the enterprise fund itself doesn't guarantee any of that. Yeah, and any of those expenditures from the enterprise fund still need to go through that same management review. Like they're not just dedicated. So you need the right people managing to make it work, regardless of how it's funded. Just two other things while I'm standing here. Chief mentioned there are other towns that do this. I'm in ongoing discussion with the Massachusetts Department of Revenue to try to get an update. There are roughly 21 towns and cities that have an ambulance enterprise fund out of the 350 plus that could. Only one of them is actually making money, and it's one that's been in place for a long time. We're talking about Melrose. Linfield does have one where the chief came from. It's fine. It's got headcount in it. It's got other stuff in it. It's based on much bigger populations. So again, we're not talking about the same thing there. The concept is a valid one, but I don't think we're ready. Also, in terms of the revenue being proven, I guess I would say if I got a raise tomorrow, I'm not sure that I would go buy a $12 million house based on, incur a 30-year mortgage based on, something that happened over a very short time. So again, there are initial positive indications of the revenue, but I think it's not strong enough to bet on.
And as to your procedural question, as I pointed out, if the motion to indefinitely postpone passes here, then the selectmen would just set the same question up for a motion at the next town meeting. And so it would not preclude further discussion on it. Yes, sir.
Hi, William Edwards, 35 Wharf Street. I was a Lynn fireman for 30 years. When we took over the ambulance service, we went to the mayor and said, yeah, we'd like an enterprise fund. He looked at us and said, yeah, so if you lose money, we still pay you. And if you make money, it goes back in your pocket, not into the general fund where I can distribute it to the DPW if they need new trucks or this and that. So I vote for indefinite postponement. Okay, it's something that needs to be studied better. And like I said, I was a fireman for 30 years in Lynn, and it's just the way it needs to be done.
Further discussion? Mr. Lombard.
I'm for indefinite postponement on this article. As we say, we need a little more data on this. This just hit us the other day. And if you realize this enterprise fund takes it away from the general fund and your taxes, it's like a 2.5 override. And that money is going outside, on your taxes. It's the first I heard about equipment, failure of equipment. I think anytime the firemen have asked for anything, whether it's an emergency equipment, I'm going to check into this Monday morning or whenever, have the town administrator. This is the first I've heard that we've got equipment failure down there. Anytime the firemen have asked for anything, I remember we had a problem with the Scott packs years ago. And I happened to go down to the fire station, we was checking on it, and they said there's 12 Scott packs that don't work. And I'm saying, and we replaced them immediately the next week. So anytime the firemen come to us and say, we've got defective equipment, especially turn gear, and whether it's the regular fire department and the call fire department, we have a responsibility to fund that, and we would fund that immediately, even if we have to call and take it out of a reserve fund. But I want you to definitely postpone this article because it gives us a little more data, especially, you know, we're going to be having a special town meeting, probably September, October, to deal with this major sewer and the water breaks. So this article could be put there, and we'll have some more data by then.
Mr. Thibault and Rob, I want to forewarn you that debating whether somebody has passed or not, or gotten...
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir, Mr. Thibault.
I was speaking historically. There are no issues presently at the fire department. I am thrilled to say, I'm saying that over the past 20 years, things have traditionally reached crisis level before action was taken. In this instance, we have the wonderful opportunity to take the initiative to avoid crisis intervention and fund a device that is so necessary to this town so that it is replaced when we need it. We don't have to go running for the money. Thank you.
Further discussion, Mr. Burley.
I just want to clarify one thing. The money from an enterprise fund is not going to go back into the general fund. It's strictly for the ambulance. It's supplies and anything that goes with it. We just borrowed $250,000 to buy the ambulance. And by the time we pay it off, that ambulance is going to be obsolete. Well, the way they build things now, it might be 2 years from now. So I don't disagree with the enterprise fund. It's strictly for the ambulance. If it can make money, it's a great thing because you'll have that money left over to buy another ambulance, at least some of it. So it's something to think about. And I think with a tracking mechanism, we can probably do that. And I don't disagree with the FinCom. They're just concerned with their concerns either. So I think we need to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to indefinitely postpone. Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Next motion, number 9, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin, I'm sorry. I move that the town vote to rescind Article 1 of the November 10th, 2008 special town meeting, authorizing the Board of Selectmen to sell, convey, and/or transfer the property commonly known as the Coast Guard housing area to Bass Point Residences, LLC, for a specified sum and with conditions.
This is seconded by Mr. Manity.
The Finance Committee recommends rescinding this vote. Following, we're going to be talking about the military housing, but regardless of what the outcome reveals there, this vote needs to be rescinded and can always be put back in place when something more definite is decided upon. So we recommend passage of rescinding this vote.
So, further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none. Now, this is calls for a 2/3 majority vote. But I found out long ago that if you have a unanimous vote, then the 2/3 requirement is taken care of. So those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. All right, we're going to have to do a count. Those opposed to the motion, please stand. One. Those in favor of the motion, please stand. 87. Thank you very much. Motion carries. You may wonder how I count you so quickly. I used to play pool when I was a young man, and I count the pool balls on the table. And I mean, so I don't feel like you're being considered as pool balls, but it's something like that. Article 10. Mrs. Martin.
Article 10, Coast Guard housing sale. Since the printing and distribution of the booklets to you, our position has somewhat changed here with discussions with after discussions with the selectmen. We have somewhat changed our position here. So I'm going to outline it in the motion to this. I move that the town vote to authorize the selectmen to take action to dispose of approximately 4-acre parcel of land and 12 single-family structures located at the corner of Gardner and Castle Roads. Assessor parcel number 12A 041, also known as the Coast Guard Housing Project, subject to the procedures of General Law, Chapter 30B, or take any other action relative thereto. Such disposition shall be conducted by the selling of the 12 existing properties through a public process and plan to be overseen by the Board of Selectmen, with a committee to be appointed by the town moderator, consisting of one each from the Board of Selectmen, that would be 3, one from the Finance Committee, one from the Planning Board, and 2 from the abutters list, following Massachusetts general laws, and conducted to maximize the long-term benefit to the town. Such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale or subdivision is authorized. So basically,
Seconded by Mr. Ward.
So basically, we are recommending that the Board of Selectmen take action in regard to selling the 12 existing public properties, and that they plan present a plan from the committee so that action can be taken regarding the selling of these properties, and hopefully this will accomplish it expeditiously. Yes.
Point of clarification, the listed composition of the committee is to consist of one representative from the Board of Selectmen or all 3?
All 3, yeah.
I understood
One
that it
from
was
each.
3 members to be
members to be
selected by the Board of the Selectmen, not the Selectmen themselves necessarily.
That's not clear. That's not how it's stated.
Can you state it again?
Consisting of one each from the Board of Selectmen.
One from each member. You have to take one from each member. Says appointment.
Okay, so
It does say consisting of one each from
Yes.
the Board of Selectmen, 3.
Well,
So-
and what is the meaning of the parenthetical 3? That's my point of clarification.
That's to come to the total members of the committee. There will be 3 coming from the Board of Selectmen. One from each of them. An appointee.
I'm sorry. So the composition of the committee to be appointed by the moderator
Right.
is to consist of an appointee designated by each of the members of the Board of Selectmen?
Correct.
Well, that's the,
And that totals the 3.
fair enough.
Each one will,
That,
Do you have
Since-
an amendment you'd like to make or propose, or?
yeah, I would suggest that the motion be amended to state that the committee will consist of one appointee from each member of the Board of Selectmen, plus such other members as the moderator may appoint from the remainder of the list. Because the power that's now, as it reads now, it suggests that the moderator has the power to appoint somebody from the Board of Selectmen, as opposed to them each appointing an individual. And I don't think it matters tremendously which way it's done, but it needs to be clear in this which way it is to be done.
yeah, we would entertain a motion, to change it. I think we're just playing with semantics, and we just heard it, came up with it this morning too, and wrote it quickly, but that was our intent, one from each of them.
So first, Mike, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sorry, Michael Raworth, 31 Summer Street.
Thanks. And I didn't get your amendment. Okay. Do you want to make a writing on your? There's an amendment form?
No, there's no papers here. I'll just write it on the sheet that was passed
All
out.
right.
Oh, all right, fine.
It's a friendly amendment.
Since actually, you'll have to do it separately, yeah.
So, Michael, would you read it first so that we can know what it says, and then would you bring me what you've written?
Certainly. So I move that the motion on the floor be amended by following the words committee, to add the words, quote, consisting of one member to be appointed by each selectman, and the following members, close quote, and striking out the words, quote, one each from the Board of Selectmen, paren 3, close paren, close quote, following the words, quote, consisting of, close quote, in the existing text.
Okay, so you're taking out the section, and so the Board of Selectmen would appoint 3, and the rest of the appointments would, but you've also...
No, it would include, the rest of it would be, continue to be appointed by the moderator.
Okay, so would you show that to the members of the Finance Committee and see whether they find that acceptable? So I understand that the amendment has been accepted. So reading from town meeting time, if an amendment is an obvious improvement, is accepted by the maker of the main motion and is incorporated into the question finally put, may be found to be adopted by general consent without any, unless there's an objection. That's what I propose to do. So let me read the motion as amended. The motion as amended reads, I move that the town vote to authorize the selectmen to take action to dispose of the approximately 4-acre parcel of land and 12 single-family structures located at the corner of Gardner and Castle Roads, assessor parcel number 12A-0-41, also known as the Coast Guard Housing Project, subject to the procedures of General Law, Chapter 30B, or take any other action relative thereto. Such disposition shall be conducted by selling of the 12 existing properties through a public process and plan, to be overseen by the Board of Selectmen, with a committee to be appointed by the town moderator, consisting of one member to be appointed by each selectman, and the following, one from the Finance Committee, one from the Planning Board, and 2 from the abutters list, following Massachusetts general laws and conducted to maximize the long-term benefit to the town. Such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale or subdivision is authorized. Is that the correct rewording? Okay, so the question now is on the amendment. Oh, we don't have to, if the amendment is accepted and it's a favorable amendment, so the motion is now on the article, or the motion as I just read it. Yes, ma'am.
Paulette Marie, 16 Harbor View Road. I am asking the moderator or the FinCom a point of clarification with the amended motion. My understanding is that the town owns a 4-acre parcel of land with 12 single-family structures thereon, located at the corner of Gardner and Castle Roads. And looking at the existing motion, if you go about halfway down, it says such disposition shall be conducted by the selling of the 12 existing properties. And I'm looking for clarification. I understood it to be the town owned a 4-acre parcel. Is that correct? Okay, so I would move to further amend the motion by changing at the beginning of line 3 the word "and" to "with," and after the phrase in that line 12 single-family structures, inserting "thereon," and then coming down. So, sorry about that, on line 8, to strike out the phrase 12 existing properties and insert just property.
So,
And
Paulette, could you...
I will write that
we
right
don't
now.
all have the same document in front of us, so by referring to lines and stuff, it doesn't help. Could you just read it the way you would like to have it
Absolutely.
amended? Thank you.
So I would move to amend the amended motion to, I move that the town vote to authorize the selectmen to take action to dispose of the approximately 4-acre parcel of land with 12 single-family structures thereon, located at the corner of Gardner and Castle Roads, assessor parcel number 12A-0-41, also known as the Coast Guard Housing Project, subject to the procedures of General Law, Chapter 30B, or to take any other action relative thereto. Such disposition shall be conducted by the selling of the property through a public process and plan to be overseen by the Board of Selectmen with a committee. I apologize if I don't have the exact amendment here, but with
Understandable.
with a committee to be appointed by the town moderator, consisting of one member to be appointed by each member of the Board of Selectmen, consisting of one from the Finance Committee, one from the Planning Board, and 2 from the abutters list, following Massachusetts general laws, and conducted to maximize the long-term benefit to the town. Such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale or subdivision is authorized. So in proposing, Mr. Moderator, this further amendment for clarification purposes, I take no position on whether the property should be sold as a parcel or subdivided. I'm simply looking for clarity in the language of the motion.
Is there a second to this motion to amend? Yes, Mark.
Second.
Mark Coleman. Okay.
We'll accept it.
You'll accept it?
Yeah.
Okay, that amendment has been accepted as a friendly amendment by the Finance and, yeah, we need to have a copy of it up here, Paula. Okay, without objection, the amendment has been accepted, and therefore I will read the motion as amended. How many times? I may have to be waking up in the middle of the night reading this thing. All right. I move that the town vote to authorize the selectmen to take action to dispose of the approximately 4-acre parcel of land with 12 single-family structures thereon, located at the corner of Gardner and Castle Road, Assessor parcel number 12A041, also known as the Coast Guard Housing Project, subject to the procedures of General Law, Chapter 30B, or take any other action relative thereto. Such disposition shall be conducted by selling of the property through a public process and plan to be overseen by the Board of Selectmen, with a committee to be appointed by the town moderator, consisting of one member to be appointed by each of the selectmen, and one from the Finance Committee, one from the Planning Board, and two from the abutters list, following Massachusetts general laws, and conducted to maximize the long-term benefit to the town. Such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale or subdivision is authorized. That is the motion as amended at the moment. Yes, sir.
Pete Barber, 22 Emeralds Road. I, too, would like to amend the motion.
Ah.
I would like to see included in the list of people on the committee a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals.
The Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes. Zoning Board.
Now, are you saying a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or a
Member of the
member
zoning-
selected by the Zoning Board of Appeals?
No, a member of the Zoning Board. We should have one member.
So, so then it would read one from the Planning Board and two from the abutters list and one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. It's amazing how I got that. And you're accepting that? All right, these amendments are going, this is like, I like it.
I think we have to wait for...
All right. So that amendment, I will read that. I'm going to wait and see how many more amendments we got before we go forward. Mrs. Henry.
Gretchen Henry, 138 Willow Road. Now we're up to 8 members, so you might want to think on this commit. I think is it 8 or it's 8. So now how are you going to break ties and what all this business? So there's something else to think about. But my question is, when the census was sent out, there was a survey sent along with it, and I wrote a long thing back to the selectmen saying there wasn't enough information. There were 3 things. We could keep the thing we voted on in 2008. We could have kept that. We could sell the 12 houses as is, or we could, I think there's some more land, and there was talk about adding property like behind Castle Road somewhere. So there were like 3 options, thank you, that we had an opportunity to vote on or comment on. Now, what Paulette Marie just added, it seemed like there was 12 parcels. My question to the selectmen was, what are these parcels going to look like? Because it's one big parcel. So are the houses going to be 10,000 square feet? Is the next house going to be 15,000 square feet? Is the next one going to be 7? I mean, there's nothing with any of this, if they sold it individually, what it would look like. Now, with Paulette Marie's amendment, we're going back to selling it as one parcel, and that means is that what it means? It doesn't mean that? What does it mean? Then maybe I need a clarification. In other words, when it's amended to sell a 4-acre parcel of land, it doesn't This is where I'm confused.
Mr. Ward.
All right. So the answer to your question is I think the procedural amendment that Paulette made was because it was identified as one parcel, and it is not 12 individual properties right now. It is one parcel with 12 dwellings on that one parcel. And the way that the original amendment was drafted, which was done in about 20 minutes this morning right before we started the meeting because we changed our opinion in the spirit of compromise, it was done hastily and didn't have time to get the proper vetting, so we apologize for that. But in order to go forward with any plan, you can't call something 12 individual properties that is one piece of property with 12 units on it. I think the intent was for a committee to get together, come up with a plan to answer some of the questions of what does the zoning look like? How are we going to sell it? What would be the mechanics of selling it if they did go forward with selling 12 houses or 14 houses, as was indicated as the preferred method for the Board of Selectmen. But there just weren't enough answers to figure that out. So a plan needed to be developed, hopefully with a committee to come back to a special town meeting to present a plan on how to move forward that would have the answers to the questions that you're asking. But I don't think that right now there is not 12 individual units there. There is one piece of land with 12 dwellings on it. And how is that going to get divided if we ultimately, and the town votes to sell them as individual lots? Well, that has to be developed in a plan because no one knows how to break that up. The surveys would need to be done, plot lines would need to be drawn, and that doesn't exist currently because it is one parcel.
Well, I think it would be helpful, even if it's just on paper, for somebody to, like when I want to do something, build something in town, I think it would be helpful to have somebody, if the idea is to sell them as 12 individual, it would kind of give a better concept if people could actually see, well, this is house lot A, this is house lot...
and that's what
like
we're asking for.
Like a tentative thing. So this would cover that?
That's what we're hoping that this would do.
Well, I'm just concerned that if it is sold as one big piece of land, but it's to
Develop a plan and present it to town meeting, at which point the town meeting would vote if they want to move forward with that plan as specified by the committee.
Okay, thank you.
In short order, we would point out. I mean, the goal is that this not take 4 years, that this come back at the special town meeting. We would like to see it on the special town meeting that we use to look at the sewer infrastructure. So, I mean, our goal is to have this come back as a plan in the fall.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Burrell.
Gretchen, there is a plan on file. I'm
Can't
sorry, there is a
hear.
plan on file that shows the plot lines. It shows how they're divided. It was never registered at the Registry of Deeds, though. We have the plot lines. Some of those lots are 14,000 square feet. Some of them, none of them are under 10,000, however. We have it somewhere. We have the Mylar somewhere that shows all that. Again, it's an ongoing thing. This is just basically to get a committee going to find a solution to a liability. I mean, right now we're making money, granted, but a couple of years down the road, when they need work, or if something happens there, it's going to become an issue. And we're going to have to pay, right now, and our previous selectman has asked Michael Manning for years to pay some of the debt off on that, and we have not on the note. We owe $1.8 million on it. We don't pay any of the principal. We pay strictly the interest, which is a huge mistake in my eyes. He's always put that forward, and it always got turned down. So it's creeping up on us. This is why we need to get this committee rolling and come back and give us a plan. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Pete Rogers, 44 Pearl Road, Nahant. If you'll refer back to your FinCom books, pages 16, 17, 18, and most of 19, particularly on page 17 and 18, you will find a very well thought out and comprehensive set of questions that need to be answered before any disposal of these properties takes place. Clearly, the Finance Committee put a lot of thought into making that list of questions. Now we have this thrown at us at the last minute, already amended 8 times. I think it tests my faith in institutions to wonder why that was submitted at the last minute. Mr. Ward has referred to, apologetically, a last-minute compromise that enabled them to do this earlier today. I can't begin to track the changes that have been made, but I would like to know, this compromise that took place, what institution was the Finance Committee compromising with in the design, composition, and appointing power of this new study committee? Compromising with whom, about what, and what does all this mean? Thank you.
Well, I think the compromise was when
Mary?
when our book went to press, the selectmen were just for a quick dispose of the property, 12 units, and here we go. And we said, wait a minute, let's hold here. We have an awful lot of questions. That's where your page 16 to 19 comes in. You know, what did the survey say? What is this? What is that? To whom, you know, will buyers be given preference? A whole shopping list of whatever. Now, in the spirit of compromise, which the chairman referred to, we have a better understanding with the Board of Selectmen that wasn't their original intent, just to quickly dispose of it, and let's get rid of it, and, you know, on today we would vote and it would happen. They more or less told us that they would submit to giving us a plan, establishing, you know, a committee that we've revised 3 times here, and the wording of it. So I think, Pete, I hope that answers your question, but we didn't have any visibility when we wrote pages 16 through 19. We just thought they were going to throw it out to you today as a vote, and we had all these questions. Then we came to understand, no, they will have a plan, they will appoint a board, and then from there take action.
So, Mr. Taylor, Mary, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I move, I'm sure you can hear me, I move that the pending motion be amended by deleting the last sentence that says, such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale or subdivision is authorized.
Is there a second for the motion to amend?
Second for discussion. The Board of Selectmen are the ones that set up town meetings. We've already had one town meeting, a special town meeting, Enzo's survey, which got hammered, and now we're here voting again. We're setting up a committee. We can have an informational meeting. Why do we need to come back to a special town meeting? Think about it. Discussion?
So, further discussion on the proposed amendment to delete the last sentence of the pending motion as amended. Seeing and hearing none.
No, I am. I am.
The people that are lined up were lined up to discuss the motion to the... All right, Michael, come on up.
This can all come back to me because on October 6th, I made...
They're all done.
Excuse me?
No, they are not all done, Mr. Raworth. We haven't voted on any of them, sir.
The moderator
So-
declared them adopted by friendly amendment. There was no vote called for on the previous amendments.
We have not voted on the motion as amended, but there is a further amendment being proposed by Mr. Taylor to remove the last sentence. This is got to be moved and approved by the town meeting. And so the question is there any discussion on that proposed amendment?
Point of information, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir.
There have been two amendments made, one by Mr. Raworth and one by... my point of information is there have been two amendments that have been proposed. Now, we have not voted on any of them, so the chair took those two amendments and amended the motion as originally presented. Is that what you're telling me, sir?
I read to you about 20 minutes ago the following from town meeting time. If an amendment is an obvious improvement, is accepted by the maker of the motion and is incorporated into the question as finally put, it may be found to have been adopted by general consent. I explained that before they adopted the first amendment by general consent, which was Michael's amendment, and I referred to it again when they adopted the second amendment by general consent.
And the third.
So those amendments have been adopted and by general consent. And so the only amendment that hasn't been is the Mr. Taylor's amendment, and that's what we're trying to discuss and vote on now.
I really don't know quite what to say, sir.
Well,
but I'll think of something in the next minute.
I'm always interested in what you have to say, for sure. So, Michael, you're speaking on Mr. Taylor's amendment.
Yes, I respectfully urge the body to reject the amendment proposed by Mr. Taylor. With all due respect for the effort that's been put in so far with respect to this issue, this is a very important issue. There are very great financial consequences that hinge on it, and we have not been presented with any coherent plan. And this is a matter that is of sufficient civic depth and importance that it needs to be taken up by the town meeting, acting as a body as we are here now. We've got another town meeting, a special town meeting coming up in which we're going to have to deal with the sewer expenses and so forth. And so that is an appropriate time to deal with a fully formed, vetted, and studied plan that deals with all the questions that are set forth in the amendment book, and not by striking out the language that Mr. Taylor's amendment calls for.
Further discussion? Further discussion on the proposed amendment?
What I'd like to know is how many times are we going to meet on this thing? How many times are we going to vote on this? As many as possible?
Further discussion, Michael? Sorry, Mary. We'll get you in there, Mary. Don't you worry, kid. We've got you deep in mind. Yeah, Mike.
T has asked the rhetorical question, how many times are we to come back for this? The selectmen are in charge. They prepare the agenda for the town meeting. To the extent that he has said that, he is correct. They are responsible for preparing the agenda for the town meeting. But in order for this Board of Selectmen to be able to sell any town-owned property, it takes a vote of a town meeting assembled, which passes by a 2/3 majority under the requirements of state law. So that's why it's very important that you leave that last phrase in there, because at the moment, as we've already heard, we don't know exactly what's being proposed yet. The vote that we just rescinded in the prior motion had a number of restrictions, as were mentioned, and they included how many kinds of property, how many would be multifamily units, how many would be single-family units, what design guidelines would those houses be constructed with because the town had gone through an extensive set of meetings to do all of the things that are being proposed with this new committee, and presumably we're going to do all over again. But the motion that we're voting on, the prior motion that we're voting on, calls for a development under 40B. It's almost impossible to have a 40B development, which does not include provision for 25% of the units to be sold as affordable housing. There hasn't been a single mention of that so far in this meeting, yet it was certainly something that the prior town meeting asked for. I recall the fastest town meeting ever held in this venue. I think it was less than 20 minutes. And the subject was whether or not the town was going to borrow $2.1 million to buy this property. And there was only one reason that was given for why the town would do that. And that single reason was so that the town meeting could control the development of those parcels. And with that reason alone, there was not a unanimous vote. There were two dissenters, both developers, who, and I think it was 98-2 was the call of the chair at the time. He was quick in counting then as well. But the important thing that we remember here is we're starting to talk about a motion which is going to put in place actually a second committee. The language follows almost completely the committee the town already has under prior town meeting acts. And in that point, when each of the members of the Board of Selectmen thoughtfully appointed a member to that committee, we conferred beforehand and we said, look, one of the things people have asked for is some representation by the abutters in how this process takes place. And each of the members of Board of Selectmen appointed an abutter to be their designee. Whether that happens in this one or not, I don't know. But the motion we have before us is what we have before us, but I would urge you to not vote to take out that last phrase as was just suggested. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. Mr. Cullinan.
Yes, Mark Cullinan, 38 Ocean Street. I urge you to defeat this amendment by striking that last sentence. The last time I checked, the governing body for this town is town meeting, and we should have a say in how that land is disposed of. Simple as that.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. So let me explain the amendment. The proposed amendment is to delete the last sentence of the pending motion. And that last sentence reads, such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale or subdivision is authorized. So the motion is to delete that section, or that sentence. So is there further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor of the motion to amend signify by saying aye. 2. Those opposed, nay. Nay. Motion is defeated. Further discussion on the motion, the present motion as presently amended. Mary, sorry it's been so long.
Thank you. I originally came up here when, I think Paulette clarified what the motion was. I was just concerned about knowing the intent of the motion, what it really meant, and I think some part of that has been clarified. But I would have known more, but I did not receive this booklet until I was away and I came home last night and it was there. And I think that's an important part as a former member of the Finance and Advisory Committee, just that we could digest it, because I think there are a lot of changes coming up. People have different, different opinions. But basically, I'm here. I think that Paulette Marie's motion did clarify it. I do want to say, I just want to have my say and make sure that we are not, I don't know where we're going, if we're going back to the future of 8 years ago, or if we're going to the survey or the recent meeting which was overwhelmingly people from the neighborhood, as I am, really felt strongly about individual housing. What this seems to do is everything is on the board, and I just want to clarify, if everything is on the board, if the condominium complex and individual houses, if we're going back to where we were and nothing, with the hard work of many committees and many people. I just want to find out. I think the sense was that individual housing was appropriate at the last meeting, but my sense is everything open?
Mary, could you please, I know you very well, but could you identify yourself for the record?
Sorry.
We're recording this, thank you.
Okay, Mary Magner, 27 Breezy Hill Terrace, Nahat.
01908, I'll bet, too.
So my question is, does this open the book and everything? What are we doing here? And that's, unfortunately, if I had the book, I might have had a better sense, but this is an important issue, and what are the ground rules going forward?
Well, Mary, we certainly don't want to go back 8 years in a long period of time either, but there are many questions that we don't have answers to, and that's what the committee will address themselves doing in much shorter order time than where we were. And the Board of Selectmen will give them a plan and input to the plan, and they'll have their say as to what they want to see in that plan.
So everything is on the board. It is open.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Perplitzer.
Dan Perplitzer, 4 Castle Terrace, Nahant. A little bit of history, I think, is important. Approximately 8 years ago, when the Castle Road Military Housing Committee was started, after many meetings, as we always have in this town, and lots of discussion and lots of give and take, we put forward something. We had a bidder, and then the bidder withdrew because the economy collapsed. And then we recently, I think it was 2015, once again did an RFP, and we had only one bid. During the winter of 2016, I was a member of the committee pretty much from its inception. I felt it was really important because I was in a butter and it's my neighborhood. Neighborhoods are okay, and I think it's important that we protect them. And what had happened, because of the work that was done by the consultant and town manager and what some of the members of the committee who are involved in real estate work, what we found out was that we weren't developer-friendly enough. That because of the affordable housing component and the small scale of that development, I mean, for most of us, 20 condo units and approximately 10 houses might seem pretty big, but for developers, no, it was really small. And so it looked to me as if we were never going to be able to sell the project as it was envisioned 8 years ago. During the course of the winter of 2016, when I was still on the Castle Road Military Housing Committee, suddenly the issues that I thought had been buried 7 years ago, a very much larger footprint with rental housing, maybe developer, whatever the developer needed. And what the developer needed was more property to sell. It's about profit. We all know that. At that point, I said, this committee, its original charge, which was from the votes of the town meeting, was once again, the committee was changing. There were people that were working in the back rooms. I say that with a degree of sadness. A friend of mine who was involved in town politics for a long time said Nahant was one of those few places where when the people make a vote, it doesn't count, because then it gets put into a committee or a board and it's changed all around. There was a vote in 2016 when the Castle Road Military Housing Committee wanted to put a new proposal forward, the third bite at the apple, and it was roundly defeated. And the commentary then was, let's sell the house lots. And so what you have now, especially with amendment number 2, is going back to an open slate where anything is possible. I see that as essentially a dagger pointed at the heart of one community. Most of you are not long-term residents. Many of you are new residents in the town. When I was a kid, my parents wouldn't let me go to Bass Point because it was supposed to be a rough area. And today, you have rough area, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, rough area. I mean, clearly Nahant has changed in the 70 years I've been living here. But what I think what we're doing is, we are going back. We're going back with essentially no checks and balances. What the chair accepted, amendment number 2, essentially pulls this committee that might or might not be created if you vote for it, pulls it away from looking at selling the 12 houses. What it does, it opens it up to whatever people want to do. And I'm not saying we should open it up in terms of getting the most funds for that property, because it's going to help our town. But do we really want to start fighting the war all over again? Big development, developer-friendly. You and I are not going to be putting up a 40-story apartment building. There are going to be developers who are going to be doing that. And I found during the course of the fall of 2015 and the winter and the spring of 2016, when I was on the Castle Road Military Housing Committee, there were people from the real estate industry who had a lot to say behind closed doors. And I was getting very frustrated. People were telling me, oh no, black is not black, it's actually white. Things that had been settled 8 years ago were now on the table. It wasn't going to be one bite at the apple, they wanted the whole apple. And so my only objection, Mr. Chairman, is your acceptance of the amendment number 2. So I would like to make a motion that amendment number 2 be deleted from this article, this warrant article. And the reason is because it focuses by accepting that amendment, we now make it all open. You can put anything you want up there. And you know, whatever's being done by the Board of Selectmen is going to come back to you. We know that. It's going to come back to a town meeting vote. And there'll be plenty of discussion, as there should be. It shouldn't be decided, by a few people whispering in the ear of importantly placed individuals within our community. It should come back to us. And it will, because we just saw what happened. Mr. Taylor's amendment, I think Mr. Taylor was doing that in good faith. I support where he is, but we are not, as a community, we are not going to. This was never going to be a done deal. If you read what the FinCom suggested, and what the proposal, the new amendment, the article, to Article 10, the motion that Mrs. Madden read, clearly the Board of Selectmen is accepting the questions that the FinCom raised, which are really good questions. Those are the questions if I was sitting on a new military housing committee, I'd want to ask too, for the protection of my community and myself as a taxpayer. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we vote to rescind the move of the chair in accepting amendment number 2, and that it be put to a vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pergoli's suggestion amounts to a motion to reconsider something this body has already considered. If you want to speak, go to the mic.
Can I make a comment? I keep looking behind me because there's no chairman here. I'm the moderator. I'm not involved in the substance of the amendments. They accepted the amendment. It was their motion. I just ruled that it was a friendly amendment in accordance with the town meeting time, which governs this body. It's my involvement is purely procedural and to make sure things are done right. So that was done, and if you run back the tape, you'll see that when I read that thing out of the town meeting time, I said, without opposition, this is done, and no opposition was raised. So the issue is, you've asked yet another amendment, that the previous amendment be rescinded.
So I should move to amend? Can I move to amend then? Mr. Moderator, I certainly did not mean anything disparaging in my remarks.
Well,
but I was
just
kind of
understand
surprised.
it's not me that accepted it. The board, the FinCom accepted it on the substantive basis. But wait a second. Give me a minute to look at this. You know, so.
Everyone has to write out exactly what their amendment is, okay? Because we're on the Fifth Amendment at this time.
Okay.
All right? If you want to amend it, I want you to
So with regard to Mr. Raworth's objection, our town section 14 says, no vote shall be reconsidered unless notice that the said motion will be made is given within 15 minutes after the vote has been declared, and a motion to reconsider it is made and voted at the same meeting. But here, we haven't voted. We haven't voted on thing. It was taken by acclamation. So do you have an amendment you're proposing? By the way, your 10 minutes is gone, too. So, but do you have an amendment?
I can put something together. Yes, I'll make one.
Well, you better get it to us. Is this something... Yeah. All right.
Karen Callahan, 78 Willow Road. I have a question for the committee first, which may result in a request to amend this one more time. If you look at the language that comes right after the wording Chapter 30B, it says, or take any other action relative thereto, meaning any other action besides a disposition of the property, which raises the question in my mind, does that mean it could result in the town deciding to keep the property and develop it itself, which could be one option. But generally speaking, it kind of goes back to what a previous person mentioned a minute ago. Is this really opening the door to a sale or something other than a sale to deal with the property?
That language actually is found in almost every motion that we'll make today. So or take any other action relative thereto. In all of the motions, it's a cleanup piece that I would certainly defer to legal counsel to explain why, but it is in almost every motion that you'll hear made today.
Okay, well, then I'm going to take that to mean and go on the assumption that it could give the authority to do something other than sell the property. So if that's the case, then I suggest down at the very bottom line, yes, it's written down. I have it written down. I'll bring it up. But such disposition must be approved by such disposition or other action relative thereto must be approved by town meeting, regular, special, before any sale or other action is authorized.
I'm sorry, Karen, such disposition what?
Such disposition or other action relative to the property must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale or other action is authorized.
Is there a second to this amendment? So I think what we have to do is hold. So, Danny, where are you? He left? Mr. Parapolita.
What is legal counsel's opinion on this?
Did you give us an amendment? I'm sorry. Karen, we're going to hold your amendment in abeyance until we get this settled.
Thank you. Kathy, do you want any water?
No, I have some down there.
Some more this right here.
Oh, is that? Okay.
You're doing great.
Dan?
I'm gonna try something.
That's okay.
I'm gonna try something. Why don't you sit down? You all right?
Pardon me?
You want to
Yeah,
sit?
no, I'm fine. I just get stiff.
You want to sit?
Oh.
It's the same, right? It's just, yeah. I don't have a problem. Yeah, the impeachment. Okay. Yeah. So we'll accept hers.
As it is, it means action to carry out that. But if you put it back down here, now you're saying we can do other things in a disposition. This says dispose of the properties or take other action related thereto. For example, if you want to comply with the law concerning disposition of the properties. But if you take that language, put it down here, such disposition or other action means if there's another action other than disposition, and that's got to be approved, and it goes the same place here. or sale or other action. Now you're saying it's not just another action to carry out the disposition, it's another action. Because before, this you could do, yeah, but that usually means carry out the disposition. Do we have another copy of this?
Everybody agrees on the substance.
I'll have to go get
Well,
I mean, substances, forget the old.
yeah, but see, they're trying to convolute it, and it's going to go right back to the way it was. Unfortunately, we can't have that. We just
Now, if
can't.
you put
It's got to
this
go.
down here, this is
wanna
no
just sell the
longer
damn thing.
related
You know?
to the disposition. Now it's something different than the disposition. Right now, this says you got to be related.
I think I'm going to try to make the most. I'm going to try to.
Relative, that there too means relative to the disposition.
This is Karen's right here. This inserted there, that subdivision crossed out or any other action is authorized.
Boy, look at you guys did. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna vote to strike the whole article. Motion to strike the whole article. I'll go back to my original article, and I'll add into it this.
Or other action is approved.
Town meeting or special town meeting. There's still other committee. Okay. Because they're on there, and it just adds that we're going to go to a town meeting.
Yeah, but this means
What
that
you
there's
guys
any
want?
other action proposed.
Simple.
What does it take out? Yeah, it's simpler.
That's the way.
That means you have to undo stuff that they've already agreed to.
Well, you just.
What is it? What take?
Well, here's the thing. If it gets beat up and then have to postpone, we get nothing.
Yeah, but this, I don't think this is. I mean, it's not at this point. We're not.
Oh, that's right.
No, I just thought we were in front. We're getting recorded now. So, no, I mean the path really should start work tomorrow.
Right, that's what Paulette Marie wanted taken out.
Some clarification.
Well, I don't want. You don't want them to.
Existing property. I think the problem is with property. It's not 12 properties. It's one property with 12 dwellers. I mean, we could change the word to 12.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what.
Karen.
Sorry. Not at all.
No, I just felt.
Well, it's that Willow Road. It's those Willow Road people. And the devil. She's on the contract.
Ladies and gentlemen, so what we're going to do is we're going to try and deal with Mr. Paraplitz's amendment first, and then we'll try to do with Karen's second. And so Mr. Paraplitz's amendment is to, let me read it as it would be proposed. What he proposes to do is undo the second amendment, which changed the focus from the single-family structures to the property, as explained by Mr. Ward earlier. So his amendment would be, I move the town to authorize the selectmen to take action to dispose of the approximately 4-acre parcel of land and 12 single-family structures located at the corner of Gardner and Castle Roads, assessor parcel number 12A041, also known as the Coast Guard Housing Project, subject to the procedures of General Law, Chapter 30B, or take any other action relative thereto. Such disposition shall be conducted by the selling of the 12 existing properties through a public process and planned to be overseen by the selectmen with a committee to be appointed by the town moderator, consisting of one each member to be appointed by the selectmen, one from the finance committee, one from the planning board, two from the abutters list, and one from the zoning board of appeals, following Massachusetts general laws and conducted to maximize the long-term benefit to the town. Such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale or subdivision is authorized. That is Mr. Parapolita's amendment. Now, I believe it was seconded. So discussion on that amendment.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to call the question. On the amendment?
Yeah, the question he's calling is the amendment. Were there people standing in line to talk about the amendment? Yeah. So, Enzo, I appreciate that, and after the people that are in line that were there to discuss the amendment will go. The amendment really hasn't been discussed at all yet, so the question's not really in order at this time. So who is there to talk about the amendment?
Well, not this particular amendment.
Okay, so please step up. Come on.
I'd like to talk about this amendment that you just discussed.
Yes.
I'm certain that the gentleman did not mean to be dismissive to new residents of Nahant, because of course we care both about the community and our property values. That said, we have the safety of it. That said, we have the safety of having a town meeting again to discuss whatever the committee comes up with. So I don't feel that that amendment is at all necessary. And I think that that should be shot down.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment?
I didn't come up here to speak about the amendment initially. My name's Patricia Magner, 15 Breezy Hill Terrace.
If that's the case,
Yeah, it is, though. It is now because
Patty,
the amendment
excuse
is
me.
partially there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I told the people that were in line,
Oh,
which
okay.
I think is, there's two left
all right,
that were
okay,
there.
fine.
And then he called the question
Okay.
after that. So we've got two behind you that are here before you to talk about that amendment. So could we
Okay.
get those
All
up
right,
there, and
yep,
then you
that's fine.
can go back later on. Yes. And if the question's defeated, you can go back up too.
Very briefly, Paulette Marie, 16 Harbor View Road. I made the motion to amend that is now subject to an amendment. My intent was not to take away any discussion that occurred at the September town meeting of this past year, or to revitalize Article 9, which we voted to get rid of. My intent was simply to clear up the language, because the property is a parcel with structures on it, and that has to be discussed by whoever is on the committee. If there is a plan of land subdividing that parcel that the selectmen or other entities, other boards have obtained, then that would be subject, I would think, to review by the committee and recommendation by the committee if the committee thought the best thing to do was to follow the survey or last fall's town meeting, etc. So my intention wasn't that I want to put 40B housing there or that I want to put McMansions there. Many of you know me. I've been away from town for a number of years, so I've had the opportunity to be the newer person in another community. I'm well aware of the concerns of longtime residents and newer residents, but you know what? We all live here, and we all can work together on this committee to figure out the fourth time around what to do with this property and what to do or not do with the structures on it. And for those of you who do know me now, I have a good-sized dog, and we enjoy walking through that property multiple times a week. So before you attribute any intent to me, know that I come with a bag when I go through that property. I pick up whatever I need to pick up, and I look pretty silly doing it, but I would urge you to vote against this new amendment to undo what was simply intended as clarification in language. Thank you.
Mr. Cullinan.
It's Mark Cullinan, 38 Ocean Street. I also look for your support to vote against this amendment. Historically, I just wanted to make something clear because I was a little involved before. In 2008, in 2008, it was a vote by town meeting to direct the committee to look at a multi-use development, condominiums and single-family homes. The option wasn't there for that committee to look at anything else. The original amendment, as it's written now, does not preclude single-family selling of homes, which is fine with me, but it doesn't exclude it either. So I urge you to vote against this amendment.
Mr. Barilli. Enzo. Now, Enzo, let me explain. If you wanted to call the question before, if you're...
No, what I want to say is, we've been around the clock on this. I don't know how many times. We bought the property in 2005. We put this RFP out 3 times. It's failed. 2 or 3 times it's failed. We had an overlay meeting, which really was kind of, I thought, kind of a waste, because any developer that's going to buy that property is going to make sure they have their permits in order. And that was just a simple matter of going to the planning board or the zoning board of appeals before they wrote a check for $2 million. I know I would. It's pretty clear from that survey. It's a simple survey, and I wrote it. I'm a simple guy, all right? That people just want to sell them, all right? Granted, it's not going to make the $125,000 a year that we're accustomed to getting. We shouldn't be balancing our budget with that anyway. We shouldn't, okay? And people have to realize that. We have to stop. We'll probably make $50,000, $50,000 with tax revenue. That's it, unless somebody tears one down and puts up a $600,000, $700,000 home. But it was pretty evident, and there was some of the surveys that came back that said there was some questions on them. But I have them, and they're here. There's over 500 of them that said 12 units. We want to have a committee look at that. We don't want to convolute it into something else, another development or a subdivision or anything like that. We just want to have them focus in on that. Focus on it, come back to a special town meeting or a town meeting, and if it gets turned down, it gets turned down. We're willing to do that. Simple as that. But the plan right now is nothing. We have nothing on the, nothing to go on. It's pretty obvious nobody wants a development there, so you best think about it. And the amendment, I would vote to strike it, because it's going to focus this in on the 12 units, okay? They can come back, the committee can come back and say, well, maybe we sell 14 of them instead. They can come back with all these options. But to erase what we've done and then not go by what we want, guidelines, what the people want, not us. What people said is a mistake. So I could make a motion to strike that whole article, the whole motion, because I had written the original motion. And we could just have the motion with, at the very bottom, with the town meeting, or a special town meeting, before any sale of or subdivision is authorized. I mean, I think that would be fair. Am I right?
that might be fair, might not be, but it's out of order. We're
Okay,
talking
it's
about.
out of order, right. All right.
We're talking about the
I
motion
understand
is
that.
on the
I'm
floor.
just
If we
making a
don't
statement
focus
that-
on what we're focusing on, we'll be here until
It's
a year
frustrating
from
when
next.
you-
We'll
it's-
be here at the time of the next town meeting.
Well, I know that. But, well, that's what we're doing now. I think it's frustrating that we don't at least try to come to a happy medium with this and get it done. All right? We've already looked at the development. Let's try to focus in on the 12 units. All right?
So further discussion on the amendment. Yes, sir.
Jim Walsh, 33 High Street, Nahant. I would like to urge people to vote against this amendment and to accept what the FinCom and others accepted, which is to have a group of people who are knowledgeable, focused, and thoughtful work through exactly what we're going to do with this major piece of property. There's no bigger piece of property in Nahant. So we better make sure that we do it right. Not just say, let's do it and get over with it. That's not the point. The point is to make the right decision. And the way we do that is why we have people who spend a lot of time working on these things, thinking it through, not just reacting emotionally or whatever. So I would urge you to support the FinCom, to vote against this amendment, and to let's do it right.
Further discussion on the amendment. Yes. He was referring to your amendment, which I read, and which reinstates the term 12 existing properties. I read it. Were you here? I read your amendment, Dan, and he's talking about your amendment, which restricts it. Further discussion. I think we're running to decreasing rule of returns on this. All right, Mr. Ward.
Just one last point of clarification is that the proposed amendment by Mr. Parapolitza adds the word 12 properties. It is not 12 properties. It is one parcel of land with 12 dwellings on it. It was a mistake that the FinCom made that was cleaned up by the First Amendment raised by Ms. Marie. The point is that a committee needs to look at that, come back with a plan on what to do with it. And the plan very well may be sell 12 units, sell 14 units, however they subdivide it. But it would be procedurally wrong to call it 12 properties because it is in fact not 12 properties. It is one piece of property that has 12 dwellings on it. I would urge you to vote against the amendment.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment.
One more thing. I would say vote for the amendment. It clarifies it. It's telling you that what the Board of Selectmen have asked for, what everybody here is, most people have asked for, is to sell the 12 units. Well, it's just, I'm just clarifying what his amendment is, Mike. Okay, that's all. And I would say, yes, I would vote for the amendment because it clarifies what we want. I don't want a development to come back into the picture. It didn't work. Well, Mike, I'm sorry, but I don't think I am.
So, further discussion on the amendment. Seeing and hearing none, those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment's defeated. Now we're back to the, so we have another amendment that's pending. Karen, where are you? All right. Could we see what your amendment is? I want to be able to read that. I've lost track of it. Yeah, but I think Is she coming up? Are you coming up? We talked about not doing that one, but doing that one. So I don't know. So what did you conclude? All right. So we have another amendment, and this was discussed by Karen a while back, and I would like to read the proposal as it would be worded with her amendment. I move that the town vote to authorize the selectmen to take action to dispose of the approximately 4-acre parcel of land with 12 single-family structures thereon, located at the corner of Gardner and Castle Roads, assessor parcel number 12A041, also known as the Coast Guard Housing Project, subject to the procedures of General Law, Chapter 30B, or take any other action relative thereto. Such disposition shall be conducted by selling the property through a public process and plan to be overseen by the Board of Selectmen with a committee consisting of members to be appointed by each of the Board of the Selectmen, one from the Finance Committee, one from the Planning Board, and 2 from the abutters list, and 1 member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, following Massachusetts general laws and conducted to maximize the long-term benefit to the town. Such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale, subdivision, or other action is authorized. And the focus of her amendment is in that last sentence. She it used to say any sale or subdivision, and she adds any sale, subdivision, or other action is authorized. So we are now talking about that amendment. Last call for hot dogs, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is a tense moment at this town meeting, but the Council on Aging is getting tired, and they're going to close up in about 15 minutes. So if you need something from them, please make it known. So now we're talking about the amendment I just read. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Manning.
I call the question on that amendment.
The question has been called for. That cuts off all debate. The motion to call the question has to be passed by a 2/3 majority. So the question has been called for. All those in favor of cutting off debate on that amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Debate is cut off. Now we will vote on that amendment as I just read it. Is there anyone who has any question about what the amendment is? I think it was clear. Patty? I mean the wording. I'm not talking about opening it up for discussion. We just cut that off.
You asked if there was a question of clarification?
It reads, such disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale, subdivision, or other action is authorized. That's the amendment.
So it has subdivision in there as well?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's...
Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have a 6th amendment incorporated. So now we go back to the discussion of the article or the motion as presently amended. Mr. Manning.
I beg your tolerance with one last amendment. The article and the motion, as it's currently worded, refers in multiple places to dispose, disposition, selling, etc., all of which means that this action allows the selectmen to sell the property. And so I propose modifying 3 words and inserting 1 phrase to make it clear that what we're talking about is planning for disposition that will be heard at a future town meeting. So I'd move that we strike the word dispose in the second line and say plan development. We strike the phrase disposition and insert planning. We strike selling and we insert conceptual development.
Wait a second.
That's about halfway down. Selling shall be conducted by conceptual development of the properties.
Excuse me. Yeah, I better put it in writing, Mike. I can't figure it out.
I have a written copy here that I can bring up immediately.
That would be great.
And the last is to insert plan for before the final word disposition in the next to last line.
So you got to realize that I have the worst writing on earth, and I'm trying to read this. So I'm going to try and read the motion as Mr. Manning would amend it. I move that the town vote to authorize the selectmen to take action to plan development of the approximately 4-acre parcel of land with 12 single-family structures thereon, located at the corner of Gardner and Castle Roads, assessor parcel number 12A041, also known as the Coast Guard Housing Project, subject to the procedures of General Law, Chapter 30B, or take any other action relative thereto. Such planning shall be conducted by conceptual development of the property through a public process and plan to be overseen by the Board of Selectmen with a committee to be appointed by the town moderator consisting of 1 member to be selected by each of the members of the Board of Selectmen, 1 member from the Finance Committee, 1 from the Planning Board, 2 from the abutters list, and 1 member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, following Massachusetts general laws and conducted to maximize the long-term benefit of the town. Such plan for disposition must be approved by town meeting, regular or special, before any sale, subdivision, or other action is authorized. Wow, I think that's right. So I'm informed by the chairman of the board of the Finance and Advisory Board that they accept that amendment as a friendly amendment. So I think that is fine, but if there is some objection to that, we should discuss it. Yes, sir. Enzo.
I would object, and I have the utmost respect for Mike, to I believe it says conceptual development. We've had a conceptual development. It was at the overlay meeting. It's been in the makings for 10 years, and it's failed miserably. We've had one developer back out, and we had one, the last time we sent it out, I was promised that we were going to have 50 or 60 of these developers come in and give us these packets. We had one. Time is running out. I mean, no one knows how we're going to make out with the real estate market in the near future. It might tank again. We don't know. Right now, the market's hot, pretty hot. I don't want to wait too long. And the conceptual development, how long is it going to take for somebody to come back with a conceptual development again? The one that we have, we've spent money on, and it didn't work, and it's not going to work. So I would move to strike conceptual development.
Mr. Manning, maybe we could clarify. Our understanding and reason for accepting as a friendly amendment is that a conceptual development is the idea that the committee would come up with, which is to sell them as 12, sell them as 14, subdivide these 3, do whatever. It is not meant to be capital C, capital D, conceptual development, architects, renderings, all that stuff. Is that correct? Okay.
Perfect. Right on.
Thank you.
So you can guarantee that.
Well, we have it on record. We have it on record. So, all right. Yes, sir. Further discussion of this amendment. Yes, sir.
And my name is
And you've
Ben
been up
Zach.
there very patiently, and I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. My name is Ben Zach from 18 Furbush Road. The question I had was that all sounded a little esoteric to me, and I was wondering if we could clarify what that actually means. I think some of the clarification was in the capital development, as in, giving some latitude on how the properties are split up, but that we are definitely not talking about actually handing this back to a developer. Is that correct?
That's what was stated, and I think it's on the record.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Further discussion? All right. Let's. I think we have to vote on this motion because, as I pointed out before.
I have a further comment.
Yes, ma'am. Please step and let us know what is on your mind.
My name is Karen Wall, and I live in those houses.
Okay, Karen.
I appreciate those houses. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. I don't realize you're going to kick 12 people out of their homes for monetary reasons. I know that's what I don't understand. You want to develop over shale because it's all I have electric heat because my oil heater is gone because of the shale underneath my home. I love living there. I appreciate living there. And I want you to think about the people that actually live in those homes before you think about developing it. Karen Wall.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion, on the amendment? On the amendment that Mr. Manning made. This is on the amendment.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Yes, put the mic down. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm
all
short. I'm Orabilius. I live in the housing too, One Garter Drive. I have a question. You're talking about subdividing these homes and possibly selling them off as individual units. I mean, does that mean that the person who's living in the home would be able to purchase the land with the home, or are you planning on evicting the people that do live in the home just to sell the houses as is? I wasn't sure about the clarification. None of it's been decided? It's just,
I think if you were to review the recommendations from the Finance Committee, those are some of the questions that we posed. And the article as presented doesn't answer those questions. And the goal is that the committee would answer those questions and report back to a special town meeting.
Just forgive me, it's gone on so long, I'm just kind of getting confused and the water's getting a little muddy as to...
All I can tell you is, welcome to the group.
Yeah, because I'm just getting very confused and I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I think
Thank you.
I think we're down to a point where it's a bit clearer.
All
So,
right, thank you.
any further discussion on Mr. Manning's motion? No? So, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The chair is in doubt. So those who are in favor of Mr. Manning's motion, please stand. Can you get that sign? Yeah.
Kathy, are you standing?
Yes, I am.
4, 5, 6.
Are you all standing against the wall? Patty, standing?
Yeah, she's standing. Yeah, I didn't get Jim Walsh. I have 37. Okay. Okay, you can sit down, please. Those who are oppose the amendment as proposed by Mr. Manning, please stand. The folks in the doorway, are you voting? Okay. You can only vote once, Enzo. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17. Thank you very much. We have a vote. Those in favor of the amendment, 94. Those opposed, 34. The amendment carries. Now we are at the point where we can discuss the motion as amended.
I move we call a question.
Yes. I'll call.
The
I'll
question has been called for. As I explained before, when the question is called for, that cuts off debate, and the only thing before the House is to call the question. That means we cut off all debate on the
I was in
issue
line
before.
he called the question.
I hate to say it, but he beat you to the microphone, and I try to be very fair about that, and you know that over the years.
certainly do.
So I'm sorry. So the question has been called for, and it may not be accepted. We don't know. It's got to be a 2/3 majority vote. So those in favor of cutting off debate on the motion as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, so we need a 2/3 majority. Those opposed to the cutting off debate, please stand. Two, 4, 6, 4, 6, 7. Okay, I count 7. Those in favor of cutting off debate, please stand. 142. Including the 8-ball in the corner pocket. So the motion carries and debate is cut off. For now, we have the motion to accept or reject the motion as amended, including Mr. Manning's amendment. Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, those, we need a 2/3 on this. So those opposed, please stand. Oh, we have a unanimous vote in favor. That's great. Thank you very much. So now we go to Article 11. Mr. Clausen.
Is that correct? Follow it? God, it's awful.
Article 11, MWRA borrowing. The text as printed in your FinCom handbook is not the same that will be read. Typically, we come up with the article recommendation. It may not be totally legal, so lawyers have added more information to this so it would pass state review. I move that the town vote to raise and borrow and appropriate $134,000 to pay for the cost of repair and replacing water distribution lines and apparent structures, including the payment of all cost incidental or related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow all or portions of such appropriations from the Massachusetts Water Resource Authority or any other entity under General Law, Chapter 44, Section 8, or any other enabling authority, and in connection therewith, to enter into a loan agreement and/or security agreement with the MWRA or any other entity related to such loan, and that the Board of Selectmen and any other town official is authorized to take any other action necessary to
Or convenient.
convey or carry out this project. Any premium received upon the sale of any bond or note approved by this vote and each prior vote of the town that the authorized to the borrowing of money to pay the cost of capital projects, less any other such premium applied to the payment of the cost of the issuance of such bond or note may be applied to the payment of the cost approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the General Laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by the like amount.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Henry, I think the only thing I would change is you said, I can't remember how you read it, but or any other action necessary or convenient to carry out the project. So I think it was implied anyway. So anyway, we have it, motion seconded. Discussion on the same?
I would like to point out that over the last couple of years, we have authorized borrowing from MWRA, and we have not done it. It just authorizes us up to a certain amount to borrow from them if required.
Yes, further discussion.
My question is, will the borrowing of this...
Please, each time you talk, you have to identify, because we got
Judy Zahara, 17 Simmons Road.
Sorry.
My question is, will this money be used, put forward, to solve that issue related to the missing water? Or that was discussed about 2 months ago at a selectman meeting. They talked about water usage that they couldn't find. So will this be used for that? Or in fact, effectively, what happened to that?
Money borrowed from the MWRA can only be spent for water system. It cannot be applied to the sewer. It cannot be applied to other entities other than that. Did I miss something?
Enzo? Yep.
Oops, sorry.
And Mr. Clausen is correct. Again, I have that 5-year plan. I have the plan that was done by Coughlin Engineering, very comprehensive. It's drainage, water, and sewer. And hopefully we'll allot some of that money to look at some of the problems we're having with our water system. 50,000 gallons a day is an awful lot of water, you're right. What's that? Okay.
That problem, the original problem, the $10,000, that was, we had a major break
behind the town hall.
Right.
A giant rock, and it was leaking for almost a year and a half. We found the rock, and that reduced it by almost $10,000, which is almost 100,000 gallons. We were losing. NWRA Wisdom Town Manager, right here.
No, the question is, what about the unaccounted for water? And Richie was right in the fact that we have found the major leak, and it was interesting because a rock was sitting on top of the water line in such a way that it wouldn't manifest itself because the rock was supporting the pavement, and then the break was on top of a drain line. So it was just cycling itself through. So we found what we consider to be the majority of the problem, and so it's no longer unaccounted for.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 12, Mr. Clausen.
Article 12, Water and Sewer Emergency Fund.
Henry, could you move that microphone down so it's pointing more at your belly button or something?
Sorry.
It's all right.
The text is minor, has a minor change to it, and it is, I move that the town vote to appropriate $120,000 for emergency repairs to the town water distribution and sewer collection system, and in order to meet the appropriation fund, $120,000 from available funds in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund.
Seconded by Ms. Giardella. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 13.
Thank you.
The omnibus article.
Quickly before I introduce the motion, there are a couple of changes that will be incorporated as I read through. This is the omnibus motion, and as you know, we'll be here for a little while listening to me read. The first major change is in the preamble to our Finance Committee book. We discussed the position for the Assistant Treasurer Collector's Office. That has now been refunded into the budget that we will be presenting today. We were able to reach a compromise with the Board of Selectmen where they have agreed that the next vacancy in the Selectmen's office will continue to remain unfilled whenever it should occur in exchange for funding this position. We do realize that the Board of Selectmen may change from time to time and that we have no ability to bind them to that, but we hope you as the townspeople and voters will remind them when that should come up. There's also a change in the fire department general expenses, and this is relative to the discussion we had about the enterprise fund. In the budget that was presented in the book, it did not allow for the tracking of the billing expenses for the new service that we use to track our billing. Previously, this was done as an offset against revenues. So whatever amount of money we spent for the billing service, because we have a third-party billing service, their fees were offset against the revenues that were produced. And in our analysis, we weren't able to fully understand what the fees were in collecting the revenue. So in the general fund, there's a $10,000 expense to a third-party billing agency, which will be able to help us track how much we are spending collecting the revenue from that fee. There's also a $6,000 expense for advanced life support, which was not in the original budget, which we have added, because once again, when the calls come in and our fire department responds with the ambulance, there are some instances where we need an advanced life support assist from out of town, and we have to pay them as well. The way that this was treated with our previous billing system is that they offset this against the revenues as well. So with the new procedure, we'll be able to track that expense as well. So when we were having the discussion during the enterprise fund discussion, we didn't have these in place before, and now we'll be able to more accurately track that. Then the only other major change is in the debt for the general fund and mainly the water and sewer enterprise fund. as a result of changing the way that we are going to vote on some of the major borrowings down the road in Articles 26, 27, and 28. So with that, I will now bore you with the motion for the omnibus. I move that the town vote to raise... Oh.
1 second. So everybody probably knows how we do this, but I want to just remind you how we do this. There are many lines in this omnibus budget, and some of them may be of interest to you, and maybe not. Most of the others may not be of interest to you. So he's going to read the lines and read the number that's recommended. And if that article is something that you want to discuss, you should shout out, "Pass," at the time that he reads that number. We will keep track of the passes, and then at the end of the omnibus article, we'll discuss the things that may be of interest to individual people. So watch what's going by. If you want to, excuse me? What page? What page of the... What page is the omnibus on?
32.
32.
It's 34. 37.
37. We have a Beano in the back. No. All right, 37. All right, but so with that in mind, please proceed, Mr. Ward.
No problem. Thank you. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the following sums of money for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2018. Town moderator general expenses, $60. Selectman salary, $3. Selectman general expenses, $50,820. Town administrator salaries and wages, $222,801. Health inspector, $10,341. Public health nurse, $3,361. Assistant health inspector, $500. Town physician, $500. ADA coordinator, $500. General expenses, $9,300. Capital outlay, $2,900, of which $2,900 is funded from available funds in the Treasury. Advisory and Finance Committee general expenses, $9,500. Town accountant salary and wages, $163,599. General expenses, $9,177. Assessors salaries and wages and general expenses, $143,818. Treasurer collector salaries and wages, $126,585. General expenses, $45,552. Town council annual fee, $33,150. Town hall salaries and wages, $29,207. General expenses, $48,376. Capital outlay, $1,379, of which $1,379 is funded from available funds in the Treasury. Data processing, salary and wages and general expenses, $131,024. Town clerk salary, wages and general expenses, $66,757. Election registration, salaries, wages, general expenses, $12,554. Conservation Commission, general expenses, $700. Planning Board, general expenses, $2,650. Board of Appeals, general expenses, $2,900. Police Department, salaries and wages, $1,251,750. General expenses, $148,990. Capital outlay, $8,300, of which $8,300 is funded from available funds in the Treasury. Fire Department salaries and wages, $955,515. General expenses, $139,805. Capital outlay, $24,000, of which $24,000 is funded from available funds in the Treasury. Inspectional services, salaries, and general expenses, $16,782. Building inspector salaries, wages, and building inspector salaries and wages, $17,273. General expenses, $7,707. Plumbing, gas inspector salaries and wages, $7,083. General expenses, $748. Wiring inspector salaries and wages, $7,083. General expenses, $1,669. Civil defense salaries, wages, and general expenses, $9,178. Animal control salaries and wages, $9,500. General expenses, $3,800. Parking clerk general expenses, $13,561. Harbor master salaries and wages, $3,234. General expenses, $7,280. Wharfinger salaries and wages, $1,848. General expenses, $1,752. Ocean rescue salaries and wages, 0. General expenses, 0, and that is because these funds were moved into the fire department. I forgot to note that earlier in my notes. School department, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $3,356,958, of which $353,788 is funded from available funds in the Treasury. Okay. Deb, do I read this next part? The bottom line? Read it? Oh, okay. Transportation expenses, $295,017. Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School Assessment, $98,621. Debt service, $454,431. Public Works snow removal, $30,000. Salaries, wages, and general expenses for Public Works Administration, highways and streets, beaches and parks, cemeteries, and overhead, $375,022. Capital outlay, $5,200, of which $5,200 is funded from available funds in the Treasury. Debt service, $39,734. Library, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $215,943. Recreation, general, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $3,090. Recreation sailing, salary, wages, and general expenses, $3,605. Recreation tennis, salaries, wages, general expenses, $2,880. Council on Aging, salaries, wages, general expenses, $53,645. Veterans Agent, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $57,680, of which $38,475 is funded from available funds in the Treasury. Historical Commission, general expenses, 0. Memorial Day Committee, general expenses, $7,500. 4th of July Committee, general expenses, $2,215. Beautification Committee, general expenses, $2,122. Military housing, general expenses, $51,500. Debt, principal, and interest, $288,224, of which $200,000 is funded from available funds in the Treasury. Pensions and annuity expense, Essex Regional Retirement Board expense, unemployment compensation, group health and life insurance expense, Medicare tax expense, $1,814,917. Retirement account, 0. Insurance Committee general expense, $241,386. Reserve Fund, $133,994. Do I read that last sentence?
So the first past that I had was on the school department salaries, wages, and general expenses. Mr. Manning.
I can cover all of the passes in one presentation because I passed on the school budget, the veterans funding, and debt maturing principal and interest, all of which are funded by free cash. At this meeting, we are taking $587,000 in free cash and using it to fund our omnibus budget. And as I've mentioned at prior town meetings as well, free cash is something we can't always depend on in receiving each year. It's basically an overage from last year's budget. It can fluctuate up and down. We have had a number of years in a row, like 5, where it has been high. But one year we may get caught short, and then we may be asking ourselves, how are we going to pay for our maturing debt and interest? How are we going to take care of our veterans? How are we going to fund our school system? And that shouldn't happen. We shouldn't be dependent on free cash in order to finance our general operating budget each and every year. It should be independent of that. And so I rise just to let the townspeople know that as of this year, we have a total of $643,000 that we're spending. Some of it's in free cash, and the rest is in overlay surplus. And we've used approximately $50,000 to pay for capital items in the omnibus budget. That's a reasonable expenditure, because normally free cash would be used to pay for new vehicles, new cars, new trucks, capital expenditures, the things you want to see fixed up around town, and not to fund the ongoing budget, because we may be living beyond our means. So my only point is, this year the score is 587 out of $643,000 we're taking out of free cash and overlay surplus and putting back into our omnibus budget. I would encourage the Board of Selectmen in future years to sharpen their pencils and to get that down to a more manageable number. And I would encourage the Advisory and Finance Committee, when the selectmen bring the budget to them, to give them a little bit more of a deaf ear in accepting spending such large amounts of free cash within the omnibus budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Further discussion?
Vi Paddock, 172 Willow Road. I would just have a question. What is the charter school assessment? Thank you.
Thank you.
I would defer to the town accountant or the superintendent of schools, but my understanding is that it is an assessment that is given to the town on what's called the cherry sheet, which is where funds are allocated back and forth from the state. The charter school assessment is an assessment that the town of Nahant is assessed based on how many students from our district are attending charter schools in other districts. There are agreements, I believe, in place throughout the state that if your town doesn't have a charter school, that the children can attend a charter school in another town that has one, and that's how that school is funded from our budget. So that's a distribution in accounting through the state that gets paid to, and I'm guessing here, but probably the Marblehead Charter School. Yeah, it's to the Marblehead Charter School. You're welcome. Of course.
Further discussion on the omnibus article. We've had no other passes, so I think the discussion is pretty much over. But because this funds salaries, we have to do this by yes or no ballot vote. So we need to have our stalwart crew of tellers come forward. What's that? We're missing one teller. Can we get one further volunteer Here we go. Great guns. All right, we'll be right around with the votes and the buckets. Thank you. Dan, you're checking to make sure they have a stamp on everybody. Oh, okay. Is there anyone who did not receive a ballot? Please raise your hand. If there's anyone who has not been able to vote with its ballot, please raise your hand. Right there, okay.
I need a ballot box. Good job, kid. Good job.
Is there anyone who has not voted who wanted to vote? And you're only getting, okay. All right, please come up.
He's not late for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a vote. Those in favor, 121. Those opposed, 2. So the motion carries. Now we go to the next motion, which is 14. Mr. Clausen.
Article 14, Water and Sewer Enterprise. I move that the following sums be, trying to read and do this at the same time. I move that the following sums be appropriated for the Water and Sewer Enterprise from fiscal year ending June 30th, 2018. Salaries, $4,659. 400,000, sorry. Minor shortfall. Salaries, $400,659. Expenses, $1,012,199. Capital outlay, $7,500. Debt, $239,805. Emergency reserves uncollected, $4,347. 40,000. I'm doing real well.
40,347.
My mistake. Emergency reserve uncollectibles, $40,342. Total, $1,700,510. And that $1,672,559 be raised as follows. Water and Sewer Department receipts, $101,661,880 and $10,579 from a
679.
Glasses aren't working.
So it's 1,661,880 and 10,679 from available funds.
Funds in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund.
Seconded by Mr. Fulgham. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing here none, we'll take a vote, but this is another one that deals with salary, so we have to do another ballot vote. Faithful tellers, come forth. Again, we've got like 2 more, and then I think we're in pretty good shape. So we need a couple of more tellers. Can anybody volunteer and come up as a teller? Please come. Is there anyone who has not received a ballot or has not been able to vote? There we go. There's Alice. Hi, Alice. Dave.
Yes, you can do your laundry, all right? Just don't do 10 loads at a time. One, wait a little bit. And each flush is costing everyone $2,555 per flush. Just want to let you know. Use it as much as you want.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a vote. Those in favor of the motion, 84. Those against, 2. So the motion carries. So, Article 15.
Article 15, Water and Sewer Equipment and Paving. I move that the town vote to appropriate from available funds in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund
They can't hear you.
I'll restart it again. I move that the town vote to appropriate from available funds in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund $80,000 for the purchase of pumps and other apparent water and sewer equipment. Sorry. $60,000 for the purchase of pumps and other apparent water and sewer equipment, and $20,000 to pave roads and sidewalks throughout town, including all costs incidental or related thereto.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 16. Ms. Martin.
I promise you I'll be briefer this time.
Kathleen, could you grab the microphone and take it off the stand? That's the only way it's going to work. Thank you.
I move that the following sums be appropriated for the Rubbish Enterprise Fund for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2018. Salaries, $56,312. Expenses, $370,244. Debt, $33,440, for a total of $459,996. And that $459,996 is raised as follows. Rubbish department receipts, $444,450. Usage of available funds, $15,546,000, totaling $459,996.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, we will have a vote. But that's right, you did hear the word salaries. Now, I ask you guys, please stay. We need to keep a quorum. We've got a long way to go. After this is done, when we have this other ballot vote, we're going to take off like a big bird and go through a lot of this stuff very quickly, I believe. So your patience is greatly appreciated, and we need to get this work done. And so please stick around. So we're going to call the tellers, come back, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we need more? No. Thank you, sir. 1, 2, 4, 5.
All right.
6. There we go. 7. Good.
Hey, thanks. Next to it.
Anybody not voted?
Has anyone not had the opportunity to vote? Thank you.
A big one.
Pardon me. Okay, we have another vote, and this is for Article 16. We have in favor 85, and we have against 1. So the article carries, resoundingly so. So now we go to Article 17. Ms. Martin.
I move that the town vote to appropriate from the retained earnings account of the Rubbish Enterprise Fund the sum of $10,000 for material removal for the improvement of the composting facility, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto.
Seconded by Ms. Giardella.
Basic.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 18. Mr. Clausen.
Article 18. Chapter 90, Highway. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate from available funds received from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in fiscal year 2018 a sum of $92,135, and that any additional funds hereafter received from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in fiscal year 2018 in order to accomplish certain highway construction and maintenance under the provisions of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 34, or Chapter 206 of the Acts of 1986, Section 2.
Seconded by Mr. Corangelo. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 19.
Which is Article 19, paving. This is not going to be exactly the same as in the book because some legalese was added to it. I move that the town vote to raise by borrowing and appropriate the sum of $80,000 to pay the cost of paving roads and sidewalks throughout the town, including the cost incidental or related thereto, that this meets the appropriation. The treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow $80,000 under General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, parentheses 1 of the General Laws, or any other enabling authority, that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to contract for the expend of any federal or state aid available for the projects, and that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to take any other action necessary to convey or carry out this project. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote and each prior vote of the town that authorized the borrowing of monies to pay for the cost of capital projects, less any such premium applied to the payments of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payments of the cost approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the General Laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such cost by and like amount.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. I understand what you're saying about the legalese. You know, somebody made a lot of money generating all these words. The only thing I would change is that it says any other action necessary or convenient to carry out this project. So it's just, that's no real change. So any further discussion on this article, on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor, which satisfies the borrowing 2/3 requirement. Thank you once again. Article 20. Ms. Martin.
I move that the town vote to increase the amount of the property tax abatement to $1,500 from $1,000 for senior citizens working under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5K, and said change to be made effective for abatements granted from any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2017.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on this article? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 21, Mr. Fulgham.
I move that the town vote to amend Article 4, Section 7A of the town bylaws by deleting the words "for not less than 12-month period."
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Further discussion on the motion?
So the intent of this is to bring us up to spec with the Town Modernization Act and allow the town to initiate the collection of outstanding taxes, fees, or fines earlier than the currently stated 12-month period. So now we currently have to wait 12 months, but this would allow us to start processes sooner.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 22, Ms. Martin.
I move that the town, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E, continue the special account for the Council on Aging for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2017 and ending June 30th, 2018 for the purpose of offsetting in part or in aggregate the annual ordinary operating costs of the Council on Aging, said account to accept revenues generated from user fees, charges from senior activities and events in an amount not to exceed $10,000 and expenses during fiscal year 2018.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. Further discussion on the motion?
Basically, this is just a yearly input in raising the amount that the Council on Aging can accept during a fiscal year.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Great. Mr. Carangelo for Article 23.
I move that the town vote to continue to allow the town to have a special revolving account utilizing revenues from burial opening fees, cremation fees, and gravestone setting fees, and to authorize said funds to be expended in fiscal year 2018 by the Public Works Department for maintenance, operation, and capital improvements of the Green Lawn Cemetery pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2. I guess that's actually 3E and a half. The total expenditure is not to exceed $20,000.
Seconded by Ms. Martin.
Ongoing standard article.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those signify by those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 24, Mr. Fulgham.
I move that the town vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53D, thereby reauthorizing parks and recreation revolving accounts for general recreation, basketball, sailing, tennis, 4th of July, tot lots, playground equipment, and for the Youth Commission.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 25, Mr. Fulgham.
I move that the town vote to raise by borrowing and appropriate $46,000 to replace the police department heating system, including the payment of cost incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow $46,000 under General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7(1), or any other enabling authority. That the Board of Selectmen is authorized to contract for and expend any federal or state aid available for the project, and that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out this project. Any premium received upon the sale of bonds or notes approved by this vote and each prior vote of the town that authorizes the borrowing of money to pay cost of capital projects, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of cost approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the General Laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such cost by a like amount.
Seconded by Ms. Giardella. Any further discussion on this motion? Yes, Patty.
Patricia Magner, 15 Breezy Hill Terrace, Nahant, Mass. Why does it have to be borrowed rather than just coming out of the taxes? Why do we have to incur interest?
It's a matter of when you're looking at the overall budget, having available free cash to use. So when we look at capital items that have a life expectancy of in excess of 5 years, we have the opportunity to borrow. So in order to balance our budget, this is what we're doing.
But we're increasing our debt unnecessarily if you don't borrow and you take it out of funds. Is it just, are you that close that we don't have $46,000 available within the 2.5% increase over last year's budget?
Well, it's not as easy as looking at just the 46. So when you look at the entire budget, It's a matter of balancing the entire budget out. So what we do is make decisions as to how we use our free cash and how we use our borrowing. And with our debt schedule, we're managing the debt schedule so that some of it is falling off, some of it is coming on. So it's not as if we're just perpetually increasing the debt schedule.
Well, free cash is an iffy area anyways. We don't know, the people in this room don't know the commitment that the assessors may have for any litigation and abatement requests that have to go through the system. That's what the free cash is supposed to be there for, to pay, to basically give them the money back for taxes that they've paid. That should be straightened out with the assessors, but I just think that $46,000 should come out of the budget, and if you have to take it out of the budget somewhere else, be my guest. There seems to be lots of revenue possibilities available that aren't taking place in town for testing and fees and all kinds of things. $46,000 is a little amount, but if we keep getting in the habit of borrowing constantly, we're doing a disservice to the taxpayer. That's just my opinion.
So on the assessing, you had mentioned that process, that's an overlay process that we fund separately, so that's within the budget. So that's not being compromised at all, and I hear you on the, try to balance it out, yeah.
It's $46,000. Find some other place to, don't borrow, don't keep borrowing.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 26, Mr. Clausen.
Preamble on this. Articles 26 through 28 are going to be different than what's in your book. And that's because of what happened with the sewer lines in Lynn. We don't want to end up spending money that we might need for other things related to that. Article 26, DPW Capital. I move that the town indefinitely postpone Article 26.
Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 27, Mr. Clausen.
Article 27, DPW Infrastructure Capital. I move that the town indefinitely postpone Article 27.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, sir. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those that are in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 28, Mr. Fulgham.
Henry could have just as easily done it because it follows the same path. I move, so again, our recommendation has changed. I move that the town indefinitely postpone Article 28.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 29, Ms. Martin.
Article 29, Stabilization Fund. I move that the town vote to appropriate and deposit into the Stabilization Fund a sum of $6,500 from available funds.
Seconded by Mr. Fulgham. Further discussion on the motion?
This amount, the actual balance to date in the stabilization fund is $86,000, 86 plus. The the 6,500 we're putting in is less than what the committee desired, but hopefully it's an addition for something to improve on a very low balance of 86,000 for the stabilization fund.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 30, Mr. Vanderslice.
Article 30. I move that the town vote to accept Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 32B, Section 20, known as Other Post-Employment Benefits Liability Trust Fund, establishing a fund to hold assets solely to meet the current and future liabilities of the town for group health insurance benefits for retirees and their dependents.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on this article, on this motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 31, Mr. Vanderslice.
Article 31. I move the town vote to deposit into the Other Post-Employment Benefits Stabilization Fund $3,300 from available funds.
Seconded by Ms. Giardella. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Wow, we are making some progress here, guys. Article 32.
Article 32 also contains the additional language that we've seen in the borrowing articles previously. I move the town vote to raise by borrowing and appropriate $138,700 from the general fund to fund improvements to fix this microphone. All right. To fund improvements to armor the revetment at 40 Steps Beach under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or any other enabling authority, that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to contract for and expend any federal or state aid available for the project, and that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out the project. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, and each prior vote of the town that authorizes the borrowing of money to pay costs of capital projects, less any premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the Massachusetts General Laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Seconded by Ms. Martin. Further discussion on the motion? Yes.
Question, this was Article 32
This was Article 32.
about 40 Steps Beach revetment project?
40 Steps Beach revetment, yes.
So you're recommending postponement?
No.
Oh, okay. So I have a question and a comment. First of all, I've never heard anything about this project, so I'm sort of surprised, even though I'm an environmentalist, and being very familiar with 40 Steps and with our swim people cleaning it and caring for it. It seems to me, at this point in Nahant's situation, it might be wise to postpone this and put this money towards our sewer problem, because we don't have a serious problem on 40 Steps that I'm aware of. And if that could be clarified, that would be great.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. So the revetment project is a project that started about 5 or 6 years ago and was brought forward by the then town administrator, Mark Cullinan. It's been sitting in DEP, the process, and been sitting dormant. But it's a 75% grant to the town, so what we're seeing here is 25% of it. And what it's intended to do is to strengthen the revetment of 40 Steps Beach, because the entire slope there is holding up the infrastructure. In the street itself is the water, sewer, electric lines, etc. So it's very important that we maintain that support. If you look down behind the Jersey barriers, they're at the foot of the slope itself, you can see the erosion. And this is being recommended by our engineer, consulting engineer. And again, it's been about 5 to 6 years in the process. So part of the reason you haven't heard of it is because it was kind of a surprise to me. All of a sudden it popped up from DEP and bam, here we sit with the project. But again, 75% of about almost a $600,000 project is something that we really need to take advantage of. We have just finished the design process, and so it'll soon be going through the Conservation Commission, the local review, so that'll be an opportunity to learn more about it. But it's very important to support our infrastructure. That help?
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33. Mr. Easton.
Carl Easton, 14 Locust Way, representing the Community Preservation Committee. This year's CPA report is found in the warrant beginning on page 92. And at this time, there are 3 things worth highlighting for the meeting here. 1, the committee's composition, 2, the state match, and 3, this year's process. First of all, on the committee composition, the town bylaw specifies a committee of 9 members, 6 from town committees that are relevant to the CPA Act itself, and 3 at-large selectmen appointments. This year, new members are Richard Snyder from the Planning Board and Mickey Long from the Housing Authority. And currently, there are 2 open positions on this committee. Secondly, the state match. Last November, the state provided historically low matching funds, matching only 47.5% of revenues raised through our real estate surtax. That 47% is down from our previous long-term average of almost 70%. On a positive note, let us recognize that only 14 of 158 communities that participate in the distribution achieved a greater reimbursement percentage, thus placing Nahant in the top decile in this regard. The reason for the dollar decrease results from less revenue achieved at the state level and an increased number of participating communities splitting the proverbial pie. It should also be noticed that last fall, a record 11 new municipalities voted to adopt the CPA Act, including for the first time large cities like Boston, Holyoke, Pittsfield, Springfield, Chelsea, and Watertown. Once they get up to speed and the Act is fully implemented in those new cities and towns, which is about 2 years from now, they too will further dilute the funds available for distribution. To address this problem, there are currently bills before both the House and the Senate that seek a permanent increase in the amount of state revenues to be shared under the CPA. As a reminder, those dollars citizens paid on November 1st and May 1st of FY16 were quickly rewarded with what I like to think of as an investment gain of that 47.5%. Money very well invested, and we remain hopeful that future levels of state reimbursement will increase. Finally, this year's process. Annually, we have a public informational hearing at which citizen input is solicited. Town boards, committees, and civic organizations are invited. This year saw several projects emerge. In vetting those ideas, the committee helped shape those initial proposals, trimming some and enhancing others. As a result of this vetting, one application was withdrawn, and the committee declined to recommend 2 others. The net result of the committee's efforts is Article 33 comprised of 18 sub-articles. That sounds daunting, but the first 10, all found on page 27, are essentially administrative in nature. The first 3 required by law, the 4th administrative, and the next 5 are simply to tidy up some old accounts. So the Community Preservation Committee has fulfilled the requirements of the enabling legislation by soliciting community input and holding open meetings relative to the proposals presented under Article 33. The role of the CPC is to facilitate the review of funding requests and to make recommendations to the Advisory and Finance Committee and subsequently town meeting. Only we, the voters, can approve those appropriations that are recommended. Those recommendations are listed A through S of Article 33 and will be presented individually. Town meeting may accept, amend to reduce, or reject the motion made for each one of the recommendations. Alternative proposals cannot be offered under the Act's provisions, nor can amounts made in the motions be increased. Voters should be aware that in general, the allocation of CPA funds based on any future recommendations should have no direct impact on the town's budget or general financial condition. This is because the CPA has its own dedicated revenue source consisting of a local property tax surcharge and state matches from the CPA trust fund. Funds raised but not spent, including the state match, may be set aside for later appropriation in accordance with CPA requirements. This concludes our report.
So at this point, somebody was going to make a motion to divide, but I'm going to grant the motion without having to do debate because, number one, our bylaw requires it, and number two, I have the authority as a moderator, not to mention the authority I have under the New Jersey Turnpike Commission to do this. So we have granted the motion to divide, where you're not.
Okay, I move that the town subdivide Article 33 in accordance with the town bylaws.
I just granted that already. We're already subdivided, and so the first thing is Article 33A, Mr. Easton.
Article 33A. Well, let me find that. I see, yeah.
Yeah.
I move that the town appropriate for the payment of debt service of principal and interest due and owing on the $625,000 town wharf bonding authorized by the 2008 annual town meeting, Article 11F, the sum of $66,484 from fiscal year 2018 community preservation revenues.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33B, Mr. Easton.
I move that the town set aside from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues for later appropriation $26,375 for community housing, community preservation purposes of the town to be maintained in the Community Preservation Fund Community Housing Reserve.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33C, Mr. Easton.
I move that the town set aside from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues for later appropriation $5,725 for open space, community preservation purposes of the town to be maintained in the Community Preservation Fund Open Space Reserve.
Seconded by Ms. Giardella. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33D, Mr. Easton.
I move that the town appropriate $13,000 from fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues for administrative and operating expenses of the Community Preservation Committee.
Seconded by Mr. Fulgrim. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33E, Mr. Easton.
I move that the town vote to close $71.34, which is the unexpended funds in the library rehabilitation authorized in Article 21B of the 2013 annual town meeting, and to transfer the $71.34 into the community preservation general reserves.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33F, Ms. Spencer.
She had to depart.
Okay,
So
then
Paul
you're going to take over?
I'll take some, and then Paul will do some when I stop.
All right, well, go for it.
I move that the town vote to transfer $10,000, a portion of the unexpended funds in the Public Ways Study authorized in Article 11B of the 2011 annual town meeting and Article 20B of the 2012 annual town meeting into the community preservation open space reserves.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33G.
I move that the town vote to close $9,000, which is the unexpended funds in the town hall interior stairs authorized in Article 26E of the 2014 annual town meeting, and to transfer the $9,000 into the community preservation general reserves.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. You know, quite often unexpended funds are unexpected. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signal nay. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33H.
I move that the town vote to close $12,787, which is the unexpended funds in the town hall HVAC authorized in Article 26F of the 2014 annual town meeting, and to transfer the $12,787 into the community preservation general reserve.
Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33I.
I move that the town vote to close $9,084, which is the unexpended funds in the town hall cupola authorized in Article 27G of the 2016 annual town meeting, and to transfer the $9,084 into the community preservation general reserves.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33J.
I move that the town vote to close $10,212.46, which is the unexpended funds in the wharf wall boat ramp authorized in Article 28E of the 2015 annual town meeting, and to transfer the $10,212.46 into the community preservation general reserves.
Seconded by Ms. Martin. Further discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Yes. The gentleman will come to the podium.
John Sims, 78 Willow Road. I think with the project that's been going on there for the last year, and also the state of the current project, which was just recently tabled until the fall, I think it would be best to leave these funds where they sit for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion?
These were specifically for the storm. Yeah, these funds were actually appropriated specifically for storm damage. There's actually a remnant account that's in addition to this of about $11,000 that we're keeping active for supplementing the project funding. So this is specific for a purpose, and so that's why we're returning it, because we really can't use it without that purpose.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33K.
I move that the town appropriate $26,634 for the fourth year of a 5-year project to preserve and digitize the town's records, and to fund this $26,634 appropriation from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Further discussion on this motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33L.
I move that the town appropriate $30,000 for engineering specifications and the repair of gable arches at Town Hall, and to fund this $30,000 appropriation from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Paul. Mr. Spearn. Article 33N.
M. I'm Paul Spurn, and I live at 36 Mayolas Road.
Thank you.
I move that the town appropriate $10,000 for Town Hall handicapped access assessment, and to fund this $10,000 appropriation from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues. I have a supporting statement to read, but perhaps I'll hold that off in case there's no discussion. If there is discussion, I'll be happy to join in.
That sounds good to me. Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33N.
I move that the town appropriate $85,000 for building envelope and interior repairs to the Nahant Public Library, and to fund this $85,000 appropriation from the Community Preservation General Reserves. I also have a supporting statement for that.
Seconded by Ms. Giardella. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33O.
The Community Preservation Fund for the Ellingwood Chapel doors. I move that the town appropriate $30,000 for the preservation of the Ellingwood Chapel exterior doors, and to fund this $30,000 appropriation from the Community Preservation General Reserves. That's 3 sets of doors.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33P.
For building assessments regarding Town Hall, Library, and the Chapel. I move that the town appropriate $35,000 for building assessments for the Town Hall, Library, and Ellingwood Chapel, and to fund $25,000 of this appropriate from the Community Preservation General Reserves, and $10,000 from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Further discussion on the motion? We haven't discussed.
Dan Perpelitzer, 4 Castle Terrace. I've noticed there's been a fair amount of change being spent on these 3 buildings, the Town Hall, Nahant Public Library, and the Ellingwood Chapel. And certainly we should keep those in good repair. But the question is, $35,000 expenditure. When were the last studies done on those 3 buildings? I've been looking here that we are certainly doing due diligence in repairing the damage as it has appeared. And what I am concerned about is a lot of consultants are being hired for expenditures that, if it's rainwater, someone goes up on the roof and they can see the damage. And so the question is, when were the last studies done? And did the FinCom look into that? Because I just don't want the CPA to be a make-work project for consultants. I mean, if a consultant had been hired 5 years ago for the town hall or for the kind of work that's been done on the library or the Ellingwood Chapel, that is it necessary to start $35,000 for another study? So please answer that question.
In response to your question, this is actually a recommendation that the Finance Committee made to the Community Preservation Committee. We asked them to lump these together to go out and do a comprehensive study because one has not been done, I believe, for quite some time. And what has been happening, as you point out, Mr. Parapolitza, is that they come on an ad hoc request anytime there's a problem. But no one has looked prospectively at what are the problems, what can we do to plan to fix the problems, and how can we budget for that in a rational way. So our goal was, with encouraging the Community Preservation Committee to actually do this, was to get a full assessment, begin a 5-year plan so that we can look at what the problems are and begin to appropriately budget for how to fix them in a rational way so that we're not continually responding to crisis and spending money, more money than we possibly have to spend to fix in a crisis mode. With a proper plan in place, we could actually budget and allocate the money in an appropriate way to make sure that we are spending properly and not in a reactionary way, because as you know, in spending in reaction to a crisis, you end up spending more money than you necessarily would if you had the chance to go out to bid. So this was a response to requests from the Finance Committee.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33Q.
Open space regarding 25 Furbish. I move that the town appropriate $20,650 to contribute to the purchase, building, demolition, and site restoration of 25 Furbish Road, and to fund this $20,650 appropriation from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues. I should note that this is a 50% match, funds already provided by the Nahat Preservation Trust and SWIM.
Seconded by Mr. Fulgham. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33R.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Last time I was here, the vote was something like 2/3 against and 1/3 for me. So, undaunted, I move forward. I move that the town appropriate $10,000 for the design of a rear sheltered entryway to the Nahant Life Saving Station, and to fund this $10,000 appropriation from the fiscal year 2018 Community Fund revenue, Preservation Fund revenues.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice.
And I think there's a motion to come to amend.
There is a motion to amend. Yep.
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Emily Potts. I live at 114 Pond Street in Nahant, 01908, and I apologize, but we need to do a little amendment here. It's only 2 words. After the word to design, we would like to add and construct. I'm sorry, what?
She's moving, as I understand it, moves to amend to add the words "and construct" after the term "design" in the motion is read. So that therefore the motion would read, I move that the town appropriate $10,000 for the design and construction of a rear sheltered entryway into the Nahant Life Saving Station and fund this $10,000 appropriation from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues. Is that right?
I believe that's right. I'm reading out of the book, so my language, but I believe that's what it wants.
And that's viewed as a friendly amendment and acceptable.
That's accepted by the Community Preservation Committee?
Yes.
Without objection, then the amendment is made and the motion is as I just read it. Let me read it one more time. I move that the town appropriate $10,000 for the design and construction of a rear sheltered entryway into the Nahant Life Saving Station and to fund this $10,000 appropriation from the fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues. Further discussion on the motion? Yes?
The $10,000, as I read it, was for the design. Will $10,000 be enough for both the design and the construction?
There were two ways of doing this. We thought when we originally proposed it that $10,000 would be fairly close to the design, but weren't worried because the money would go back into reserves if it wasn't enough. Many thought it was too much and therefore would like to put in and construction so that we could at least put it towards construction without a further vote. In the unlikely event it was enough, that would be great, and if not, come back next year. We'll ask for more for construction. So you're likely right.
Further discussion? Yes, sir.
I'm Bill Cullen, 324 Nahat Road. Sorry.
Move that up. There you go.
Right. Look, on behalf of the Veterans Association and the American Legion, we are residents there. The issue at hand is water intrusion at the back door. We'd be very happy with something like a gutter to stop the water from coming down in buckets when we want to get it out in the rain. That's the handicap access area. It's the prime entrance to the building, so anytime it rains, the design of the roof, every drop of water that comes down focuses right on that rear door. It's damaging the rear entrance. It makes it impossible to get into the building without getting drenched. So we're very happy with a simple gutter and water mitigation situation. I know they're talking about building an enclosed structure, which we would call that the Cadillac plan. I don't know if that's actually necessary or even feasible, considering the location of the handicap ramp going out to the beach. So $10,000 to design and build a gutter, I'd be happy with that, and I don't know if it would take $10,000 to actually do that. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 33S. Mr. Snyder.
Community Preservation Fund General Reserves account. To the extent we haven't dealt with all the money that comes into the account, we want to put it in reserves, which is what we all want. So I move that the town set aside revenues from fiscal year 2018 Community Preservation Fund revenues for later appropriation in any other amount not otherwise set aside or appropriated as aforesaid to be maintained in the Community Preservation Fund General Reserves account.
Seconded by Mr. Colangelo. Further discussion? Yes, sir.
I would just like to say that many years ago, when we discussed creating the Community Preservation Committee and accepting the Community Preservation Act, that the people at that time made a really, really wise decision. And the work that has been done by this committee, the Community Preservation Committee, working with the FinCom, has been just extraordinary, and I think they should be congratulated.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 34, Ms. Giardella.
I move that the town vote to continue the following standing committees to June 30th, 2018. The Community Preservation Committee, the Cable TV Advisory Committee, Veterans Memorial Committee, Sailing Committee, the Cemetery Advisory Committee, the Town Charter and Bylaw Committee, Tennis Committee, Town-Owned Land Study Committee, the Nahant Alternative Energy Committee, Golf Course Management Advisory Committee, and the Open Space and Recreation Committee. Just a point of information, we have left off the Coast Guard Housing Committee because that was a new committee was formed and approved from the earlier article.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 35, Mr. Manady.
Hi, everyone. So at the time the book went to print, we had not yet had the opportunity to meet with the chair of the planning board, Mr. Richard Schneider, and we did this morning, and we recommend both Article 35 and 36. I move that the town vote to amend the Nahant zoning ordinance to include a new section 9.09A entitled Site Plan Review for Religious and Educational Uses and Certain Child Care Centers, and by making minor amendments to the existing section 9.09 entitled Site Plan Review, as all recorded in the town clerk's office for public inspection.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. So this is a zoning article change. We need a report from the Planning Committee.
This was originally suggested by our selectmen, and we agree with it. We held a public hearing. The hearing lasted 5 minutes. Nobody showed in opposition. We looked, we called out on the street, we opened the door. There was nobody around. The idea is that there are very few major parcels of land that might be subject to unfriendly development under our state law, which permits certain kinds of development relatively free of local input. You are allowed, however, to have a bylaw which requires that site plan review be involved, and a principal area would be, among other things, the northeastern property. So we have proposed that site plan review be required before the planning board on the limited areas where we can have an input and have an ability to have at least fight them to a constructive conversation. And that would be on the bulk and height of structures and determining yard sizes, lot areas, setbacks, open spaces, parking, building coverage, and alike. So this is a net plus. At best, it will give us a very good position to negotiate on behalf of the townspeople against something that might not be, in our judgment, desirable, and at worst, allows us to at least have some leverage in a discussion.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, sir.
John Sims, 78 Willow. Just give me an idea what the religious aspect noted in the is.
That would be for churches or other religious-based organizations. And really what this would allow for is the town to regulate for size, scale, appearance, details such as that.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor, which of course satisfies the 2/3 majority necessary for a zoning article. Thank you very much. Article 36, Mr. Manady.
Yes, again, Article 36 is an article that we met with the chair of the planning board and recommend at this time. I move that the town vote to amend the Nahant Stormwater Management Bylaw 16, Section 9, parentheses B, 9(c) and 9(d), as voted in Article 11 at the April 25, 2015 town meeting by adding amendments, all as recorded in the town clerk's office for public inspection.
So further discussion on the motion.
A stormwater bylaw was passed at the cited town meeting, which requires that with respect to any developments, if you will, on property in excess of 1 acre, that mitigation be undertaken to make sure that in the event of rain, that the soil and other debris not wash into the town drainage and water systems. And we passed it by a substantial majority, if not unanimously. Regretfully, we did an excellent job of submitting the standard form of bylaw, and when we submitted it, it said right across the top, standard form of bylaw. It was not tailored for our town. There's a woman locked in a room in Worcester somewhere on behalf of the Attorney General, and this is all she does is read these, and she said, have you noticed there are blanks, and your town isn't mentioned. So the Attorney General rejected our bylaw, but sent it back and just said what you'd call a Technical Amendments Act, and said, here are the words you're missing, please add them. And this is a request that we add the missing words. I really hope to present this to you when nobody was here, but we might as well all share it. It's only slightly humiliating, but in any event, it is without substance, and it merely completes what were necessary to do to have that bylaw. And that bylaw, as we concluded at the time, prevents us from being penalized in other respects by various conservation groups throughout the state.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 37. Vi?
Do I read the whole thing?
You read a motion.
Okay. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen.
That's the article in the warrant. What you need to read is the motion.
I move that the town vote to approve the petition for requiring recycling for apartments and condominium complexes as submitted. 5 Paddock 172 Willow Road.
So do we have a second? Further discussion on the article, on the motion.
Yeah, I'd like to just add a friendly amendment on William Edwards, Wall Street, 35 Wall Street, where it says of all apartments in line 3, I'd like to put 5 families and up, because we have 2 families and we have some, and the low-income housing in Nahat is all duplexes. Those people have little barrels that they, the little blue bins. I think what Ms. Trivicek was saying was she wants them for the big complex. So if you put, instead of all apartments, you just substituted 5 families and up, that would cover everything else, all the complexes and things like that. If that's an acceptable amendment to you, or? Okay, thank you.
So, Vi, you accept that amendment? Okay, so without objection. Yes, sir.
I have a question, and this would be directed towards the FinCom. Sorry, someone has to do it. You talked about you did not want to make a recommendation on this warrant article because it deals with property rights and which are political in nature. And I did not attend your meetings on this warrant article. Could you share with us what were some of your concerns that you saw which made you pull back on making a recommendation? I'd appreciate that.
Well, I think the main point that we looked at is that this was a citizen's petition. It has no impact on the budget, it has no impact on the town's finances, and it was a better question for the voters of town to look at. It does not have, from our perspective, any financial impact, although I understand that we are a finance and advisory committee, and that ignores the second goal of our committee, but we felt given that it was a citizen's petition, that it had zero impact on the finances, we thought it better not to make a recommendation. Does that answer your question?
Further discussion? Yes.
Alice Court, 7 Valley Road. Just as another suggestion, instead of the 5 families and up, whether it should read 5 units and up, because of, you're talking about the size of an apartment building, not how many people are living in there.
Vi says it makes sense, and Vi knows. So we're gonna, that's another, without objection, unless we have objection. So that would be another friendly amendment, should there be no objection. Yes, Mr. Selectman.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Do the Edge Hill apartment or any apartment building in town, they all pay a trash fee, am I correct? So they have the right to put their recycling out. I think what we're going to do is we're going to give, it's going to be a double whammy on them. They're going to end up paying two trash fees. They're going to have to get a dumpster on top of what they already pay, because they are allowed to put their recycling out. They do pay a trash fee. This might raise questions next year on our trash fee. I mean, and how we implement our trash fee.
So that's a little bit, is anybody objecting to the friendly amendment of saying 5 units? Okay, so that amendment is accepted by. Now, discussion on the amended motion. Yes, sir.
If I could just clarify the fee charged these multi-unit structures or buildings. It's a nominal fee, and it really picks up some of the nominal costs associated with it. So if they do private collections, it's not the full fee per unit.
Yes, sir.
My question is simply, does anybody know how many 5 units and 2 unit housing units there are in town?
I do not.
Okay, because my reason for asking is that there's only one 5 unit dwelling. I mean, is this really worth bothering with?
Well, there's 5 units and up. There are a number of those.
So there are a bunch. Okay, thanks.
Why?
Just like to make a couple of remarks. The reason that I circulated this petition is because I discovered that some buildings which contain apartments or condos do provide a recycling dumpster or some other method of recycling to their residents and always have. But the biggest of the big does not. So there are approximately 350 people who have no opportunity to recycle at all, and all their waste goes into one gigantic dumpster. And that was the concern, and the purpose of my petition was to open the door to the selectmen to think about how meaningful it would be for all residents to have the opportunity to recycle. When some do have the opportunity and others don't, it seems to me that it would be appropriate. I'd also like to take this second while I'm standing here, hopefully I won't be up here again, is that I am so impressed with the work of the Advisory and Finance Committee. It's a massive amount of work, and I think your presentations and your comments and your work is just remarkable.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Absolutely. Terrific job. Mr. Parapolita.
As this discussion has gone forward, no wonder no one can talk. As this discussion has gone forward, it's clear, at least to me, that there is a lot of ambiguity as to how this came forward to the FinCom. I'm also concerned about the costs. It's very easy as a single homeowner. I don't have an apartment building. I can afford where I live, just barely. The development, it's kind of couched in vague terms, but I think we all know what we're talking about. It also is an apartment complex that gives some of the best rates for people who are not homeowners living in our community. And I think it would not be wise for us to impose this bylaw on anyone unless there's a lot more discussion and investigation as to some of the questions that have been asked. How many multiple units we have? Are people putting recyclables already on the sidewalk? Do these buildings, these apartment complexes, small, whatever, do they have recyclable where everyone collectively puts recyclables there? To say that everyone should have the point of pride of putting recyclables out. I can't put out recyclables because they don't come up my street. How do you like that? So I think that this is premature without additional study. And the people who have proposed it, I think they should come back to the FinCom next year, maybe with more facts. I'd like to see a fact-based warrant article rather than something that seems to be a feel-good warrant article.
Further discussion on the motion? Yes,
Just
Mr. Ward.
Point of clarification, there's actually zero ambiguity as to how this came forward. This is what's called a citizen's petition, and our town bylaws allow for citizens with the requisite number of signatures to petition the Board of Selectmen to put on the warrant any article that they so choose. So as long as they've met the deadline and they have the requisite signatures, any citizen can propose a citizen's petition. So this is a petition proposed by a citizen, submitted prior to the deadline as set by statute or the town bylaws, which I believe is January 30th. I believe the number of signatures required is 10, and that's how this came about, is that Ms. Patek took it upon herself to formulate this, get the requisite signatures, turn it into the Board of Selectmen, and put it on the warrant as an operation of law. Then it came to the Finance Committee because it's on the warrant. Everything on the warrant gets sent to the Finance Committee. So to suggest that there's any ambiguity as to how this happened is wrong. It actually happened the way it's supposed to happen according to the procedure that's laid out.
Ms. Bitter. Excuse me, if you want to make a further statement, you have to come to the podium. Vi
Paddock, as I said before, this petition was deliberately general because rather than try to develop some bylaw trying to force people to do something, those who signed the petition, actually there were 100 signatures, but 36 were recorded, was to open the door to the selectmen to consider this issue. It was really to generate thinking and planning about this issue in town, and that was the goal. And so what I'm asking for here is a vote saying, yes, selectmen, would you consider this, as it states clearly in the petition, to see if we can make more equity. I do want to remark that I have been told by people who dwell in the big complex that quite a lot of them carry their recyclables to friends and neighbors every single Friday to be recycled.
Good. Gesundheit. Further discussion on the article? Yes, sir.
I would simply like to suggest that we perhaps raise another petition at another time, not right now, that would perhaps provide some volunteers through Vi's organization to help those people who are not readily accessible to recycling pickup to carry their recycling over to people who can, who aren't already doing it.
In response, I'd just like to say it's 350 people. That would be a lot.
I think actually that
of materials.
suggestion is out of order. It's not really a motion to amend. It raises the possibility of another petition. Of course, you're free to bring a petition if you can get the signatures. Any further discussion on the motion?
One question. Has any opposition of any kind been expressed by the property owners who would be affected by this?
Our beloved Calantha Sears told me that some people were concerned about signing the petition because they were afraid the rent would go up, but then she told me the rent went up anyway.
But to call the question?
You can't get up and make a comment and call a question. But I ask this in all honesty. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing yes. Mr. Paraplitza. That's right. Well, let's find out what he has to say.
It's a good investment. I found that remark very interesting, that the property owners really weren't consulted. They don't know that this is happening. Not everyone in our town comes to our town meeting or reads the warrant. It came out rather late, just a few days really before. So I guess I'm kind of trying to defend people who aren't here, their property rights, because you, I am sure, everyone here, if someone was going to impose something on you, and it's on the surface, it sounds like a great idea, but there's implications. Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to call the question.
The question has been called for, and so the question is whether we cut off further debate on this motion. We require a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of cutting off further debate, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it by far more than a 2/3. If we want to have some, let's have the noes stand up. 2. All right, let's. You guys can sit down, and please have the yeses stand up. Well, I've counted 25, and that's certainly far more than 2. So the motion passes. Now we vote on the motion as amended. The motion as amended is say 5 units and up, as opposed to yes. Well, the motion is as submitted, but now it's the as submitted has been amended. So that would require the owners of all apartment buildings, 5 units and complexes and condominiums, 5 units and up, to provide a dumpster specifically for recyclables and to ensure those recyclables be processed at a recycling facility. Pardon me? Five units and up. Didn't I say that? Okay. So, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We go to Article 38. Mr. Walsh.
I move that the town vote to approve the petition seeking the support of our elected state and federal representatives in bringing about reform in all political processes related to campaign funding, lobbying activities, and transparency as submitted.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Yes. Further discussion on the motion?
I think I'll just read the motion, because the motion, or not the motion, but the article says precisely what I think I wanted it to say. And it doesn't call for anything absolutely specific to be done. It just calls attention to the fact that we're spending now up to $2 billion on federal elections. And it's just crazy. A congressman needs to raise $2,000 every day in order to win his election. A senator has to raise each and every day $3,800 in order to fund his reelection. So I think there's something radically wrong with the way we're doing things. Now, what this petition says is, to our elected representatives, we consider that to be a problem, and we want you to address it. We're not saying exactly how to do it, but at a certain point, I should say too, that this town meeting season, there are 30 other towns that have pretty much the same petition before them. And if 30 towns can say to our elected representatives, fix this campaign finance system and do it quickly, I think it sends a message.
Further discussion? Yes.
Judy Zahora, 17 Simmons Road. I absolutely agree with this gentleman, straight up agree with this gentleman. But I think that we are stronger individually to our representatives than we are as a town. I don't really believe that this business is town business. I believe its individuals have the absolute right to talk to any one of our elected officials and tell them that this has got to stop. Seriously got to stop. That, you know, the elected positions shouldn't be for the rich. I absolutely believe that, but I do not believe that that's something for this town to decide.
Further discussion? Yes, sir.
Bob Fields, 23 Sherman Ave. I agree with the previous speaker. You know, we have many citizens in this town. All you need to do is pick up your phone. You can travel to Washington, D.C., or to their local office and speak to them to express your concerns. I don't think it's appropriate for the town to take that position, as the citizens can take that position for themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Mr. Walsh.
I understand the points. I disagree with them. And I think it's perfectly appropriate with our town meeting form of government to express an opinion that is of general relevance not only to our town but to the state and the country as well. Yes, of course, anyone can pick up a phone and call anybody they want, but political action in our political system, we're allowed to, according to the First Amendment, express ourselves in a variety of ways. And this is one of the ways to express our opinions. So I would hope that, I guess I think of that almost as nitpicking. There's nothing un-American about people gathered in town meeting expressing an opinion such as this. So I would urge you to vote yes.
Further discussion on the motion? So, I think that in the unique action of this motion, that instead of just getting a voice vote, we should have a standing vote so that the vote can be recorded. And so those in favor of the motion, please stand. Oh, you didn't count. All right. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Those opposed to the motion, please stand. Thank you very much. You can sit down. Those in favor, 35. Those opposed, 28. The motion carries. And I suggest that if we report that to our local our representatives, that the numbers be reported as well, so that people are not saddled with a position that didn't take. Yes, sir.
Hold off notifying those federal and state officials, since we're applying for some almost $1 million of federal relief and so on. If you wait a month.
So we go to Article 39. Mr. Bachran. Yay, we have a quorum. Bob, if you'd have done that, we'd be ending up until Monday night. The vote, look at town meeting time. Just because a vote comes up short doesn't mean that there isn't a quorum. All right. Yes, sir, Mr. Bokrum.
Nick Bokrum, 333 Nahant Road. I move that the town of Nahant request our state senator and state representative not to support a call for an Article 5 convention of amendments to the federal constitution.
Is there a second? Second by? All right. So further discussion. Oh, by the way, before we start the discussion. So in the interest of transparency, in the sense of the last article, I have to admit that I'm a Republican. Now, it's not clear from your petition whether being a Republican is a venial sin or a mortal sin. But I am a Republican, and so you may wish to have me step down from I don't feel that it prevents me from giving you a fair hearing, but I wanted to tell you that.
I totally trust the way you've been handling these. I believe a brief explanation and some information should go along with this, an explanation of why I'm actually bringing this in front of the town at this time. Anybody, from 4 years ago, I came in front of the town with an article asking for the town of Nahant to ask our representatives to support any amendment to the Constitution based on corporations are not people, money is not speech, and not to affect any freedom of the press. It passed unanimously. Lately, there's been a group that has been out there using that issue to call for an Article 5 convention. Those of you who aren't familiar, there's two ways to amend the federal Constitution, and they're both contained in Article 5. The way it's always been done, there's a bill put forward, 2/3 of the House, 2/3 of the Senate, it goes to the states, 3/4 of the states for ratification. The other way is when 2/3 of the state legislatures request it, Congress shall convene a convention for proposing amendments. The problem here is the convention would be open to everything. Now, the group moving forward suggests that, the group proposing this, and there's a couple of bills in the State House, suggesting that this is a way the Article 5 convention was set up to keep control of Congress. Anybody reading the debates on the ratification in the convention in Massachusetts for the federal Constitution will note that there was a long and sometimes heated debate about how to keep Congress in control, and Article 5 was never mentioned. It was accepted that the way you keep Congress in control is by frequent elections, and the debate was whether to have elections every 1 or 2 years. Another thing is the suggestion that this is how all amendments get passed is by calling for an Article 5 convention is not true either. Since the 17th Amendment, 10 amendments ago, there have been 2 times that I know of where states have called for an Article 5 convention. You need 34 states to call the convention. The term limits for president got 7, and repeal of prohibition got 6. There was a push in the late 1970s, early 1980s for an Article 5 convention based on a balanced budget amendment. It got up to 32 states needed. I know we don't have a federal balanced budget amendment because we have Social Security and Medicare, and that would be the first thing that would be gone after with an Article 5 convention. And just, there are groups against it, Common Cause, the Brennan Group, the AFL-CIO are against any call for an Article 5 convention. There is a group for it. Koch brother funded ALEC, likes it so much, they spawned an offshoot called the Jeffersonian Project specifically to push for an Article 5 convention. Anybody who knows me knows that about the getting money out of politics, ending the corrupting influence of corporations and big money is a big issue, and I usually go about that by calling it a nonpartisan issue where both sides can get on board. But in this time, because of the president's...
Could you excuse me for 1 minute? Folks, we are at the border of quorum. If you could wait 5 more minutes, we'll be here and we'll get it done and we won't have to come back Monday night. So if you guys could stick around for 5 more minutes, I personally will greatly appreciate it very much. So if everybody can stay here for the time, we've got a quorum. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please.
And the reason why I brought up about the Republican part, because right now we have a Republican president, Congress is controlled by Republicans, state legislatures who would do the ratification of the amendments are controlled, 34 state legislatures are controlled by Republicans compared to 14 by Democrats. I didn't mean it to be disparaging, just that it's... And it's a confusing subject. Can go on and on about it. I'd rather not, especially at the end of the day. But I'd just like to, whatever, there were concerns. If you have an Article 5 convention, it's open to everything. You're going to get a balanced budget amendment. There goes Social Security, Medicare. There's going to be voter suppression. They're going to go after unions. It's based on corporate personhood. The only personhood amendment you're going to get out of this is going to be about the womb.
Further discussion on the motion?
Judy Zahora, 17 Simmons Road. The same comment that I had last time. I think that if you have a question or a concern or a desire, we are stronger, we make more of noise individually, 150 individually, than we do as one town. I don't believe that this is business that belongs in the town.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion?
I'll try this again. I'm not getting electrocuted. Okay. Yeah, I agree that this is not exactly the appropriate venue for this discussion. However, I do want to correct one misconception under full disclosure. I've signed a petition for the Convention of States. And the idea that a Republican Congress is going to tell the states what they're going to vote on if this constitutional amendment or constitutional process goes through the Convention of States is wrong. The only role that Congress has in this is the states decide. 34 states sign on, they call the convention, they tell the Congress we want the convention. The Congress's job is then to set the date, time, and location of when the states will have that convention. Then the state legislatures pick their own delegates. They can pick as many as they want, but every state only gets 1 vote. And they don't just pick round robin any old thing. The 34 states who are signing on to the petition will all be signing on to the same item. And the reason for this is it is exactly as he said, to rein in an out-of-control Congress. The Congress themselves are not going to vote for term limits. It's one of the things we're looking for, term limits. They're not going to look for themselves for a balanced budget amendment. I doubt that the Social Security is going to go anywhere, but these are the things that would be discussed at the delegate level at state state conventions. So I urge you to vote against this measure. Thanks.
Further discussion on the motion? Yes.
Roz Pulio, 21 Greystone Road. I also feel that state and federal government things should not be in our small town elections. I think it should have no part of the town. Everybody should individually vote and feel the way they want to feel and contact their legislatures and governors for that.
Thank you. Further discussion?
And I also oppose this.
All right. V, in order, the way I run it, you have to get in line, so I'm sorry. But the seeking for the second and final time on the motion.
First, I tried to explain why I was up here previously. In 2013, the town passed the resolution calling for support for a constitutional amendment. That's why I wouldn't have brought this subject up otherwise. Next, I'd like to address the gentleman's concern about the Convention of the States. If anybody's familiar with the Articles of Confederation, originally the states, this was our Constitution before the Constitution we had, there was a problem because the federal government did not have that much power. The states the Annapolis Convention was called. 5 states agreed to call for a convention which turned into the Philadelphia Convention. And what the Philadelphia Convention was supposed to be was just to amend the Articles of Confederation and not to change the ratification process.
So please address the present motion. That's what we need to hear about.
I heard a gentleman saying that it could be limited. What I'm trying to explain is it cannot be limited. There's no control. You cannot control a convention. First thing they usually do is set a secretary, then a president, and then set rules. That happens after the convention is convened. If you read the Article 5 also, it's a convention for proposing amendments. It's plural. It's a federal process. The states don't control it.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Bob Fields, 23 Sherman Ave. I grew up with town meeting as well in the town that I came from, and proud to be here in Nahant. And there's nothing more American than participating in this, as he has said, and there's nothing more American than every voter voting for their representatives that represent them in whatever state they're in. And this is part of the process. This is the part of the system that the country puts. So we can have this come before us and be a vote, and we can agree and disagree, but at the end of the day, the convention was put into place in order to change things that needed to be changed. So for us to say we shouldn't be participating in that, I disagree with, and I would urge voting against this.
Further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. And I want to echo the wonderful job that the FinCom has done. I think the Board of Selectmen has also been instrumental in getting things done smoothly here. The way the town hall was set up, we expected maybe 500 or 600 people. We were going to be jamming people in the peanut gallery up there. We were going to do all kinds of things. We hired 6 extra stampers to be stamping all the hands to go by. Oh, we got 2 more? Good Lord, where'd they come from? Oh. Article 40, Mr. Carangelo. Sorry.
This is a citizen's petition and one that the FinCom did feel compelled to respond to. We recommend indefinite postponement of Article 40. The petition refers to a City of Boston gas leak law that is quite specific, quite broad, very applicable to Boston, really doesn't, it wouldn't work here. So anyway, we're recommending indefinite postponement.
Further discussion on the motion to indefinitely postpone?
Since I was the one that brought it up, yeah, I'd like to comment on that. Nahant, we've got the smallest area for a town or municipality in the state. If you look from the bottom up, as far as population goes, we're ranked about 80th. If you look at the amount of gas leaks that we have, we're ranked about 160th. So that basically we have twice the amount of gas leaks in our town than other areas. We've got 53 gas leaks supposedly in our town. Salem has 89. This is an issue, when I spoke to Jeff about it previously, when I was first trying to get some comment on it, we had a row of trees supposedly behind the town hall here that were actually killed by a gas leak. This, as far as the city of Boston goes, maybe an amendment to say that anytime it mentions the city of Boston, we should have the town of Nahant. And not to specify the supporting of the Boston climate, I forget what that was, also in, what was the city climate action plan, and also maybe, should I even bother suggesting an amendment, or?
If I could offer a suggestion, and just to answer your questions, again, the idea, the cut and paste of Nahant for Boston, it's just, there's a lot in there. It's a very long law. I personally, but I think we would recommend the way to go about this would be to work with the selectmen to create something that is more suited to Nahant, and then bring that forward in a form that we can vote on that way. It's just not, the translation and the amendment, there's just a lot of work that would be required to take the principles behind what's in the Boston one and make it apply here. So.
No, that's understood. And just reasoning why I did that, because if we match what was done in Boston, then we're not legally liable. Boston would take that burden on as far as...
that I don't know.
Yeah, that's the reason why I did it as such.
Further discussion on the motion to indefinitely postpone?
Yes. John Sims, 78 Willow Road. I grew up in New York State, moved here 5 years ago, and I've been to every one of these every year and sat through the whole thing, and got to do it again this year. What I don't understand is we have a citizen here who sees what he thinks is an issue, went through the process, got his votes, got it on our agenda, bring it up for a vote. And I think this whole process is just the greatest example of democracy anywhere in the country. But what I just saw now, I think, is just the opposite. I don't see why, when this person went through that process, got it on the docket, we have somebody come up from over here and just say, we're not going to vote on it. I don't understand.
That's the job of the FinCom, and they didn't say they're not going to vote on it. They said they're going to move to indefinitely postpone. It's a standard approach. It's used in town meetings. I grew up in New York, too. We don't have town meetings there.
Right.
But if you want to make a negative main motion, the motion is to indefinitely postpone. They've done it on many other articles today. It's very legitimate. If the gentleman wants to defeat that article, then he's free to raise a pro article and go forward. This is a standard way of Robert's Rules of Order and town meeting time. This is the way it's handled. So
it just seems to me like that should be an argument for me why we should vote against it, but not to postpone it.
Well, if you can defeat the motion to indefinitely postpone, you'll have that opportunity.
That's I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor of the article, the motion to indefinitely postpone, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. So the motion carries. We go to the last article, 41. Mr. Manady.
The final leg. Article 41, gifts. I move that the town vote to accept gifts of money for the Nahant Life Saving Station, Green Lawn Cemetery, 4th of July Committee, Fireworks Committee, Recreation Commission, Council on Aging, Johnson School Programs, Beautification Committee, Sailing Committee, Tennis Committee, Charles Kelly Scholarship Program, Veterans Memorial Committee, Nahant Community Garden, Nahant Public Library, Youth Commission, Nahant Public Safety Departments, Department of Public Works, and Memorial Day Committee.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Discussion on the article.
Yeah, Ross Pulio, 21 Greystone Road. I'd just like to add the Nahant Parade, Nahant Santa Parade as well.
Is that an accepted, okay, the Nahant Santa Parade has been added to the list. Further discussion? Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Thank you all, and thank you for your patience. We really appreciate it. We thought we were going to be gone till Monday, so thank you. Thank you all.
After 21 years, it's about time we've seen a break and stuff.
I forgot to say that the business of this meeting having been completed, the meeting is dissolved. Thank you again, one and all.